This is session 83. Who would like to give a recap of the last session?
Yeah, we basically fought a Demilich. Came really close to defeating it. It powered up, and then we got away. And decided after Zarius healed us up to go back and fight it again, and it just kicked our ass.
Yep. You got really close to defeating it, but it turned out that only T-Hole was actually doing damage to it directly because it has just a boatload of resistances. And then it howled and T-Hole failed to save, so T-Hole dropped to 0 hit points.
Yeah.
At which point it turned the whole franchise around, and it was just fighting the two people who couldn't damage it.
Yep.
It was like the perfect it was the enemy that Zarius was made to defeat. And the one encounter he wasn't there to help in combat anyway.
And now I know Clave has reduced maximum hit points until he gets a greater restoration. I think T-Hole and or Aurelia also have some of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got that.
So
it's technically within our power, I believe.
Well, greater restoration, I believe, is one of those ones that takes diamonds.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think you can cast it. I didn't have access to your real character sheet. So I think you can cast it like once using the necklace of prayer beads.
Yeah, the necklace. I know I had it.
But I couldn't look that up quickly. So I just decided that as a punishment for their going in when you said that this was worthless, you healed them up, but didn't spend diamonds on them.
yeah, and Zarius was very much I'm not gonna fight that thing. You guys do what you want.
Oh yeah, I decided that Zarius essentially said, like, if we're not gonna power up the teleportation circles, why go and face that thing in the room with the power source in it?
Yeah.
So, and in the process, everybody kept dimension dooring around.
Right.
With T-Hole dimension dooring back into the second combat that didn't go very well. And everyone except for Zarius picked up the plague. With Zarius later determining that teleportation magic is essentially the trigger that exposes you to the plague.
Good job, guys.
Yeah.
Maybe we should have researched this some more.
Well, that was it. So that was the beginning. First, you long rested, and I just looked it up. Zarius, right now you don't have any first level spells or your 6th level spell because of the healing you cast on them after the first fight. But you have your other spells. So it was decided like you were going to split up, and some of you were going to start researching things, and some of you were going to go explore the rest of this level. But the rest of this level turned into a fight almost immediately. So the research was on hold at that point, and got conducted after the second fight, once you were sure the Demilich wasn't actually following you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a couple of the darts, the magical seeking darts, were stuck up by the Demilich. T-Hole didn't get a chance to retrieve them.
Clave can help with that. He can ritually cast Unseen Servant and go and retrieve them.
That would be great. That would be a magic item that would kind of suck to lose.
Yeah, especially because it's come in a lot of it's come very much in handy the last couple of fights.
Yeah.
So
So-
Zarius, and neither Zarius nor Clave has officially shared all the stuff that they found in their research, but you've now essentially been reading solidly for about 12 hours.
Yeah.
And there's still a couple hours left before you could long rest again.
So Clave would eventually share with the group. I figured out the deal with the teleportation circle. We can certainly destroy it from here. It would require a ritual. The option that seems best at this time would be using a ritual described in these tomes to end the expenditure of some arcane energy to create a backlash of sorts that would disrupt the energies related to the teleportation circles. The other ways are either potentially dangerous or require us to enter the room that Temple 1 is in, which he's clearly barred us from.
That sounds similar to how that sounds similar in nature to how Aurelia closed the spheres of annihilation.
I mean,
Interesting.
Clave has seen that in the broadest possible sense, in that both involve sort of a ritual. The ritual you have actually requires somebody to cast Dispel Magic at the end. The ritual that Aurelia was using really involved her using her ability to manipulate time. So there are differences and some similarities.
Well, thankfully, while Clave does not have Dispel Magic in his spell book, it is a 3rd level spell that could be provided after a short rest by the arcane cowl.
And I'm sure
So-
Zarius could prepare it.
So
I always have Dispel Magic prepared. That's one that never goes away. That's going to be that should be a cantrip for me.
Just make it to 20th level wizard. I think you might be able to do it.
So Clave goes on. If for no other reason, but as revenge for Temple 1 locking us in here, I say that we destroy the teleportation circles. With Zarius's newfound ability to transform us into the wind, essentially, we don't really need it anymore to get to the Warmlands.
We do not wish to teleport. It is bad.
What do you mean it's bad?
That is what will infect you with this virus.
Too late for that.
What do you mean?
The act of teleporting, so long as you are within the vicinity, which could be miles, it will infect you. It does appear to be highly infectious.
But only for those teleporting? Or are we now going to spread it simply by being around people?
If someone teleports near you, they will acquire it.
What if we continue to teleport? Will that have any interaction?
It will grow faster.
Well, that's rather inconvenient.
Indeed.
So we effectively can't be within any number of miles from a civilization.
I wouldn't go
Without
that
ri-
far. I mean,
without risking civilization with magic anyway, where teleportation users might be.
Yes.
yeah, but how often are people accessing magic that allows for teleportation?
Nowadays, not very often. But it would seem in their time it was very common. It was their primary mode for transport, which is likely why they fell.
Well, that actually may, while it is not ideal, that could be really helpful and be advantageous to some degrees. I mean, think about it. Who are the primary individuals teleporting around us? Our enemies. The Empire.
Yes, we can bring down my children once and for all.
I don't relish the thought of being infected with some kind of disease, but it seems at least there's some benefit to it, some upside.
The disease persists even after death. I do not know how it will affect you as I nod towards T-Hole.
What do you mean it persists after death?
It does not go away.
Does it?
This is why you are infected. Nothing here lives, and yet you have been infected.
So you mean that the remains remain contagious? I mean, that I'm already dead. As long as it can't affect me beyond that. But
It can
is there a
affect
cures
others.
area? Is there anything in your research that might be helpful to reduce the effects of this?
There was an email. Hold on. There was a lot in that email.
Right. Right. You found that there were ways to block it. Although, you know, even if you put them in like a lead line coffin, eventually the coffin breaks down. It just may take a long time. And there was, you know, talk about essentially a panacea, the Pancrest.
Mm-hmm.
But that is essentially, right, that is essentially, you would know, like he was saying, well, if you could just find the Philosopher's Stone, then that'll do it.
Oh, you just need a wand of unlimited wishes? Why don't I go find that?
Right.
A wish does not cut it.
Ah, yes, the portal of youth. That'll beat this. That'll beat it.
Zarius, do you know what kind of course the disease takes? What symptoms can we expect?
Actually,
Yep.
one thing I was waiting for the session is Zarius, make me an investigation check.
A new one?
I would say, yeah, an investigation check with advantage because it's medicine related.
Investigation, huh? No, I'm not very good at these.
Yeah, but you had an advantage.
Don't mean shit. Here we go. Where are we at? Investigation. Yep.
So there is, right, there is, you would know something that the researcher doesn't know, although given your investigation check, you don't know, you're not 100% sure if this would be effective or not. But it did occur to you that once upon a time, you saw Aurelia get de-aged by a Sphinx, and it completely undid something that the Deck of Fate did to her. So you would at least wonder whether or not that same sort of effect might have an impact on this disease.
Okay. I mean,
So find a Philosopher's Stone or a kind of Sphinx in her lair.
we must go back to the void.
Oh, excellent. I'm ready. Let's go.
Well, does this? I'm just gonna keep asking Zarius questions while he's eating his burger.
Yeah. I got fries afterwards too. It's a burger with fries on it.
It's the only way to eat a burger.
Epri has been giving you all this bland food and saving the good stuff for him.
Mr.
Nice.
Beast burger.
So the sickness stays with the body. It is not an infection of the soul. Or do the notes, your research yield anything?
The lich that you
wherein-
fought is likely infected. Destroy the body, it recovers, it is likely still infected.
Well,
Lichdom was tried. It did not work.
But
It slowed it.
What can we expect is in terms of the course of the disease?
I guess, hold on. I gotta remember that
So
damn
right,
thing.
so
So
Lichdom's-
if you become immune to necrotic energies, then it will not decay you, though you might still be able to infect others.
right there was a cure of sorts in that if you removed all of the flesh and organs from a person, it stayed with the flesh and organs.
Right.
But that is
Right.
not much of a cure for most people.
If you could stay alive after removing all the fleshy parts of your body, which I do not recommend, for then I would have to put you down.
Right, but is there a timeline or other effects that we should be expecting?
Yep. That's what I'm trying to find now.
One thing we need to consider as we work to disrupt and destroy the teleportation circles, the Demilich upstairs, it seemed to be feeding off of whatever energies there were within that gateway to the astral plane. And so when we complete the ritual, if it's not outright destroyed by whatever will impact that portal, it's likely to come after us. So it's something we need to be prepared for.
well, I almost beat it once, but I'm not terribly eager to engage with it again unless we have to.
Sorry, since I was typing something. What did you say, Mike? Or yeah, what did you say about the Demilich?
Yeah, I said that if we destroy the teleportation circle, it's probably going to disrupt whatever energy is like the conduit to the astral plane, and that the Demilich seems to be feeding off of that energy to some degree. So we should expect that it will attack us after that.
Oh, that's what I thought. So I was probably unclear. If you destroy the teleportation circles, then the power source down here will be fine. It's just that teleportation circles will be destroyed, so nobody can use them again. Same thing if you disrupted the conduits, there'd still be the power source down here, but the power would have no way to get from here to the teleportation circles.
Well, right, but the ritual is disrupting that portal thing, right? The thing upstairs, or did I misread that?
Yeah, so the ritual, there's a ritual to disrupt the portal, which is the power source. But you'd have to be in the room where the Demilich currently is to do that. Your other two options are to destroy the conduits, which are in a level between here and the teleportation circles, or destroy the teleportation circles physically.
Yeah. And the conduit thing is dangerous and has its
Well, it
own
just
challenges.
says, right, it just says you have to enter a specific way through a specific room so that you're not like standing in the middle of the power source.
Wasn't there? I thought there was something else in there. Well, like, let me look. Okay. I see. So there's a possibility of accessing that chamber beneath Temple 1's chamber. And that would be the best place to do it, because otherwise it would be, there would be some potential blowback.
Right. If you just tried to dimension door into the level with the conduits, you could wind up standing in the middle of the flowing power and take damage.
Mm-hmm.
Or it's actually, I would say it's a little non-specific. It just says that it's hazardous to try to access the level except going through the main access point. But that is one of the clear implications, is that you might get zapped.
And the main access point is through Temple 1's chamber.
Yes, although you
Okay.
didn't see, it basically says that there should have been a portal in the floor in Temple 1's chamber. You didn't see a portal when you passed through it, though. Now that
Okay.
might just be the Temple 1 has hidden it. He seems to have been able to transform the wall.
Mm-hmm. Well, with all that, yeah, none of the options seem particularly good, but I guess the one that Clave would recommend is trying to destroy the power source.
That's where the Demilich is, right?
Yeah. So we would need to deal with that.
Means we will have to rest.
Yeah. Clave has 1 hit
Yes.
point.
So first, there are 3 stages to this ailment. The first stage progresses over 9 to 12 months. It is a strange symptom where a pocket of some other dimension forms within the body.
Pocket dimension forms inside the body.
Yes. Of extra dimensional space forms as a cyst within the body. After that, let's see here. here. Over time, those seem to rupture. And that is the strange pinpoints we saw on the bones of these people. Eventually, this kills you.
The immediate effect of those little pinprick things is along those paths it creates, new cysts begin to form. And so you start to get more and more of this damage accumulating over time until eventually all of your organs, including your skin, starts to break down, being sort of infected with this necrotic energy.
9 to 12 months for the first stage, 1 to 6 for the second. Very briefly for the third.
So, assuming that this moves forward, the infected would be dead within a year and a half.
Yes.
Well, there's always an upside.
Right. Although, yeah, that does assume that you stop teleporting.
Yeah.
As I mentioned, teleporting accelerates the process.
Well, I'm
Don't
a shape
encourage me.
changer. Maybe it won't have the same effect for me, since
I doubt it.
can manipulate the shape and size and quality of my organs to some degree.
Do I see, were there any sort of indication of them trying to surgically remove?
Yes, they did try to, because it forms like a black mass. They initially found that whenever you probe the black mass, like if you just tried to take out the mass, anything you use will just pass through it, which is how they figured out that it actually is larger on the inside than it appears to be from the outside. So they then tried like removing the organs around it, which tended not to work unless you removed a huge amount of the organs around it. Which always was fatal to a living creature. So how it is apparently sort of anchoring itself to a large area within the body. You basically, like if it's like around your heart, you'd have to take more than your whole heart and part of your lungs out to get rid of it. About 6 inches in every direction.
It's good stuff. I'm gonna put this disease in my game. Fuck it. I don't need to know how to cure it yet. We'll figure that out later.
That's the
What
adventure.
about-
Yeah, exactly. Guys, you got a year to live. You better fucking figure this shit out.
What about magic that can regenerate lost organs? I've read that there are some individuals who have found ways to use techniques for that purpose.
There's nothing in the materials you have about them removing it and then trying to regenerate the organs. So that is an unanswered question as well.
Not live without your
But
heart.
as he said, they tried Wish, and Wish basically halted the progress for a while, but didn't get rid of it. And there was, well, I guess I don't know how much you're sharing. So I did add a note only for Zarius that has that email. So at least you don't have to look it up in your own email anymore. But, you know, there is a lot of detail that Darius knows that he hasn't conveyed yet because it was such a long email.
Yeah. Yeah. I conveyed mostly what I remember. I haven't like conveyed all of the different attempts to cure it, I guess.
Right.
But just the symptoms. Because I don't expect anybody here to have any fucking clue how to cure it. So yeah.
All right. Well,
I think I know how to fix it. We just put you in a bag of holding. It's that whole extra dimensional space entering the bag of holding. It'll get rid of it. Has to.
Right. Because then you'll have an extra dimensional cyst inside an extra dimensional space, and you'll all just disappear into the astral plane anyway.
Yeah.
Problem solved.
Where time is irrelevant. Time does not pass, so you're fine. It can't decay you if the time doesn't go by.
all right. Well, I was unconcerned with, or less concerned with the disease until now I realize that it causes death fairly quickly. Zarius, in your homeland, are there any things there that might help this condition that you might be aware of?
I mean, I am sure, right. I am sure, you know, there must be among your people just like legends of hidden desert springs with healing properties. But like nothing you'd be 100% sure would be a slam dunk yes. You know, it is like the original home of your gods. So maybe they're more likely to solve your problem there.
There's the Fountain of Youth in some oasis. Only legendary things that are not likely true.
You know who I bet could cure this disease?
Not even Lucirosi.
Your god. Divine intervention.
Yeah, you got a whole year, cast it every day.
It's true. I'm bound to get it eventually.
Yep. All the averages.
You know what? Fuck it.
Oh man, if this is the first time that his divine intervention actually works.
Yeah, it could come back and say, sorry, you're screwed.
Do I have advantage for having the beads or prayer beads? I doubt it.
No, but
yeah, I'll attempt to call upon my deity, or not necessarily my deity. Like there's one specifically that I sort of follow, but there's a whole pantheon here. I don't neglect the others.
You send in a group text and hoping somebody.
Hey, anybody know how to fix this?
You got to roll under 13 on a D100, right? Is that what it is?
Is it under?
Oh,
is it specifically under? Let me double check here. Or is it equal to or under?
Anubis has read your message.
Equal to or less than.
Why won't he respond?
Red. Yeah. Fuck.
Or even worse, just the ... that he's responding, but he never does.
right. See here. Hold on. Let me. I guess Sekhmet, who's the warrior goddess as well as a goddess of healing. Yeah, I will. I don't know. Maybe ask my god to petition Sekhmet for her healing. Maybe. Yeah. Seem all right? Does that seem viable?
Seems viable.
All right, there we go. Roll a D100. Fingers crossed, guys. Nope.
Oh, wait till tomorrow.
Yeah. The gods are fickle. Today they do not help.
You know, T-Hole does have contact other planes. We could force Sekhmet to listen to us and risk her wrath.
I do not advise this. She is a warrior
Yeah.
first before she is a healer. I do not know if even T-Hole's healing powers will save him.
I don't. So I don't have it in my notes. Does T-Hole still have his urn?
Yes, he still has the urn. Unless you decide you like left it somewhere absentmindedly. I believe
On that
you
fucking
still have
boat,
the urn.
on that boat that's just floating down the river.
Yeah,
My mirror.
I
It's sitting on my mirror, isn't it?
I think the best chance I'm not sure how it'll affect me either, but I should probably try to stash my urn somewhere far away from me.
Do you have a lead-lined box?
I don't, but we could probably find one.
If you can wrap it in a sheet of metal, that will also help.
What is this urn? And why are you protecting it so dearly?
It is complicated.
It's a part of me. I think.
Like, it holds the ashes of someone important to you?
It holds something important to me.
I mean, have you taken the urn out?
I have. I specifically keep it stowed, pretty much all the time.
I don't imagine it's very big.
No, it's like a foot long. Well, a foot tall, rather. Maybe 6-7 inches wide.
I mean, it only needs to hold something like this big, right? So,
Right.
Well, maybe smaller.
His heart shrunk 3 sizes that day. It's a part of me. And I would hate to see it get infected on accident through some sort of teleportation problem.
And as you say that, you all hear a whooshing sound, and you see just waves of water, probably several hundred gallons, come spilling down the stairs from where the Demilich is into the lab. And then
Is
it stops.
Is it threatening to, force us out, or?
No, it just splashes down the stairs into the room where you happen to be. And then it stops.
Interesting.
Strange.
So we'll remove the lich and shut down the power source after rest.
I actually don't have any spell slots, by the way.
Well, you had long rested before they went in to meet the Demilich last time. So you would have gotten them all back, but then you spent all your first level and 6th level spell slots healing them up. And
Gotcha.
maybe a second, but it doesn't sound like it'll matter. But you do have about another like 10 hours to kill before you can effectively long rest again. It wouldn't be that much. It would have been it would be like another, I guess, like 4 hours.
In that time, Clave would want to educate himself as much as possible on whatever it is that Temple 1 is. And so he would look for any kind of books or manuals or anything that might help him understand what it is. And
Okay, so first make me an investigation check.
alrighty.
So you are able to find books that seem to be on a variety of constructs that they use. Including, you could see clear designs for what appears to be Temple 1 and the suit of armor he was encased in when you first met him. Once again, these books are mostly in Ataran, so you're going to have to keep ritually casting comprehend languages to make sense of them. But make me, I guess, an Arcana check. So
I'm actually I really want to know this, so I'm actually going to use an action point to re-roll that.
Okay.
Moderately better.
So you gather there are certain things that you can now see, like Temple 1's design is has been sort of optimized both to take care of potential threats to the temple as well as to fix it up. So there are certain magical things he can sort of innately do, like cast fabricate or creation. And fabricate might be enough by itself. He's also been sort of trained in stonework and things like that. So fabricate might be enough to explain how he got rid of the door. He just transmuted it away by fabricating a solid wall in place of it, which is probably how he formed the door in the first place. There's not actually like a map or a schematic of that room here that you found. You've also found that he has both the ability to direct energy blasts and to paralyze people at a distance.
Okay.
Paralysis being sort of the non-lethal option so that he can eject people if need be. But he is, this is a fairly strong construct.
One thing that Clave would be really wanting to know is if Temple 1 could be disabled in such a way that he could be beheaded but still remain active.
That doesn't seem as though it's possible. If you behead him, the machine will break.
He really wanted a little docent, especially as a way of possibly tormenting Temple 1 for what he's done to him.
Locking him in. How dare you try to fix this thing that's your one job? So that's it. You're not really finding much more other than those abilities. There are
Mhm.
references that you see that there are other abilities it has, but it's not specified in the materials you found.
Okay.
You know, you do see that there are supposed to be other constructs there. You didn't see other constructs. You did see other suits of armor. And you also gather that the ability to paralyze is a function of that armor more than it is of him. The energy blasts, however, come from him.
Okay.
So is anybody else doing anything for the 4 hours before you can rest again?
I mean, I think T-Hole's going to be like, he would be researching during this time, since he would just be researching on like what, learning more about like Ataran history, because we ran across the stones, like the standing stone, and that wasn't, I believe that was an Ataran relic, or like from that age. So
Yeah,
you
that's
know,
pretty
In
commonly known.
Valkator, you mean?
Yeah.
yeah.
You actually came across another one that was just a lot smaller and less noticeable. But it was on your way to the sphere of annihilation that took you into the void, but was not. These things are scattered over the land, and people are vaguely aware that they were Ataran once upon a time. People tell stories about them, but nobody really has a clear idea what they were there for.
Yeah. So like if like that would be like in general, like generally researching like Ataran culture, to learn more about them. I think if there's any books around that sort of topic, T-Hole would take an interest in that, just from like a historical perspective.
Right. So you're sure after, do you read Ataran?
Old T-Hole did. This T-Hole's just high Imperial.
Okay.
But
So
does Tongue of the Sun and Moon apply to written language or just
spoken language.
Spoken.
So these books, make me an investigation check to see if you could find something in, well, High Imperial didn't exist at the time they wrote these books. So they wouldn't find anything there. Do you speak any other languages?
I speak Celestial, Goblin, and Common.
So make me an investigation check to see if you can find anything in Celestial, as that was around at the time.
What Goblin wasn't?
Goblin was, but it was just unreadably different. than,
The first one.
Yeah, so you're not able to find anything in Celestial that you can read. It's all in other languages, mostly in Ataran.
Gotcha. Yeah, I guess that's all T-Hole would be doing. Frustratingly,
Are you going to send in the the Unseen Servant now to get his darts back? Are you going to wait until after the long rest, or?
No, I'll do it now.
So let me just look that spell up real quick.
Are we still in this room here that we are in the whatever the fuck?
I
On the map?
assume so because everybody was doing research.
Okay.
This room, if at least once you close the doors, can maintain a relatively comfortable temperature. You did rest outside the doors last time in tiny huts or a tiny hut.
I forget. Did we do a detect magic in this room?
Yes.
Yes, I'm sure you did.
I don't remember the results, but I think most of it was, there was a lot of magic in here.
Right. There is a lot of
Especially the
magic.
stairs and upstairs, I think.
Right. There is magic permeating the stone. The tables are more or less normal and the books appear to be more or less normal. There is a little bit of magic on the books just to keep them preserved, but it's sort of minor transmutation magic. So it's nothing that really leapt out at you. Occasionally there are things on the table that are subject to similar magic, but you could pretty easily just identify this as just trying to keep it from decaying over time. This magic on the stonework itself is much stronger, but it is also probably there to just sort of protect it. So when you're sending your unseen servant up just to collect these darts, you have a dart left, right, Teal?
Yeah, I had one. There should be two up there.
So Clave, roll me a D100.
Okay. Wow, same thing as
Yeah.
Tony just rolled. I wonder if it's broken. Let me just roll it again. No.
It's randomness based off of time. You just rolled it at the same time.
Just interesting. So as your unseen servant moves up the stairs, suddenly above his head, a tiny sun bursts into being and is casting light as the daylight spell just over the mass of force that makes up the unseen servant, and it's just following it around, hovering above it. But it goes in and fetches the darts and then comes back.
All right.
Now roll me another D100.
Of course. Don't explode, don't awaken, don't explode, don't awaken.
No, it's nothing else happens.
Okay.
You're not sure how long this daylight spell is going to last, but it seems to be pretty persistent. So when the unseen servant ends, the daylight spell finally ends.
Okay. So we don't have to tolerate it for more than an hour.
Right.
It's like, well, at least we're not trying to sleep at the moment. It's like Teal's like covering his eyes. Thank you for fetching my darts. I appreciate it.
I mean, they've helped us. It would be stupid not to retrieve them, especially if we're expecting to encounter that thing again.
Yes. I agree. That fucking thing.
Yes.
So Zarius and Aurelia, are you doing anything?
I think Aurelia is thinking about the time in the void when they had the opportunity to go to any world they wanted to, and they came back to this piece of shit. And then she's thinking about how many spell slots she's got. She can cast Dimension Door.
Um, I don't know. I would probably just sort of think and meditate on ways to deal with this fucking illness, I guess, and prepare myself for having to go fucking fight a Demilich.
How are you preparing yourself to fight a Demilich?
I can prepare better in the morning.
Just imagine like Zarius like just drinking some raw eggs, going through a montage.
Yep. But it's the montage song from Team America World Police. I put that song in a presentation for school once. It was great. It was the best decision of my life.
Nice.
I'm sure your wife and kid are so happy. I haven't seen that movie in a long time. I don't even remember what the montage song was.
I mainly just remember even Rocky had a montage.
Oh yeah, that's right. So are you going to rest inside the lab or outside on the steps again?
Well, as I recall, Clave's argument for not resting in here was the idea that we might contaminate ourselves with plague, but since we've already done that, I mean, we can't get more infected. I mean, I guess we could, graduate from AIDS to super AIDS, but
you can get it worse.
That's what I was
by teleporting more.
Yeah, double space AIDS was what Sekhmet was going to give you if you bothered her with contact over plane. Although that is a fair point. Are you going to use that contact other plane? Because you could feel your connection to whatever this whispering in your mind is fading. It's probably not going to last 8 hours.
I am. See, I want to use that. I'm just not sure who to talk to.
So it's not necessarily that you have to name someone. It's just that you right now have a connection to some otherworldly spirit. You would gather from what you could sort of vaguely make out, it may be the spirit of a long dead sage. Possibly a long dead Ataran sage.
Gotcha. So it's not like, just reaching out to like whomever. Like there's already some connection that's already
right. Normally when you cast a spell, you can sort of direct the connection. It's not necessarily you get to pick who you're in contact with, but you can connect with somebody who will have the information you need. You're asking about.
Gotcha. So I guess during that, then T-Hole would kind of close his eyes and sit down, start meditating as he. So like, is it only him that would be able to communicate with this being,
Yes.
or is it like something? Okay,
It's only
So
you
he-
would be able to hear or ask questions. And that is normal for the spell. It's a mental connection between you and this other spirit.
When I was on the stairway, I felt something come over me. Some magic. But I feel this connection with an entity not on this plane.
Are you talking
I'm
about
unsure
us,
of it.
Ventus?
I am.
Oh.
I may be able to glean some answers if it happens to be connected to this room or these experiments.
Well, that's interesting. I mean, the
Are
stairs
there-
do appear to have some kind of random magical effects on whoever may walk them. I guess if you're asking for what to do with this, I would see if you can find out who it is that you're connected to.
Well, of course, but like, if there were questions that we could, if there were questions about this plague or what happened during that time that you guys can think of.
Right. To be clear, you can ask up to 5 questions. They have to have, you're only going to get 1-word answers though. So yes, no questions tend to be better than open-ended questions because you might not understand what they're trying to say.
Gotcha.
Yeah, Clave would respond. I guess T-hole, the problem is it depends on who's answering the questions. I mean, I'm going to ask a king different questions than I would a scholar versus a pickpocket.
Right. And the sense you get, T-hole, is that you're, like I said, you're probably speaking to a long dead sage. And you get that they have pretty broad knowledge of everything.
I believe it's sage of sorts, though I will confirm. Anyways,
How did you get this link?
I walked down the stairs. Not terribly different than that sun that is currently blinding us, although a different effect.
How are we to know that this is going to be useful? How will we know that this thing that you are going to interact with will not attempt to kill us?
Well, it won't attempt to kill you.
I guess you could ask it. Hello, mysterious entity of long dead sage. Are you planning to kill us, or do you want us to die? Circle yes or no.
Do you,
Or perhaps
planning
that's-
to, are you
that's
planning to
2
kill us,
questions.
or do you want us to die?
2 questions.
It's the same question, honestly.
Well, but if it's planning to kill you, yes. Does it want you to die? Yes. 2 questions.
We only need to ask one of those.
Well, I will meditate for a bit upon and think upon what I should ask these. what I should ask this thing. And T-Hole sits in the lotus position, which is unusual for him because usually he just lays down.
I can't even sit. I can't even sit like that. My knee doesn't bend like that.
Me either. In real life.
I imagine Teal is sitting in the lotus position without pants.
Of course, that's how he has to connect with this little, with this little between him and what's beyond it all possible.
All of the spirit's answers are put on pants. It'll break the one word rule for this.
Come on, dude. Put on pants. How do we leave this place? Come on, dude. Put on pants. It's just going to say pants, though. That's the one word, though. Pants. Guys, we get out of here by pants. Are we sleeping in the hut?
Yes. I'll prepare it. And Clave will create the tiny hut.
There was some talk about using multiple tiny huts last time because some of you may have had the plague. But Zarius can't have his own hut. There's no way.
Oh, Zarius, are you going to heal us of our affliction of reduced maximum hit points?
Is that literally the only way to cure it?
Greater restoration, yes.
They can't just sleep that shit off.
Nope.
Believe me, I pointed that out when I read it in the attacks. It stuck out to me very clearly.
How about could I perform surgery to heal them?
Doesn't seem like it works that way when you're fighting a Demilich.
Right. Jesus. I only have the one. I don't have it prepared, so I can only do it however many times the beads will let me here. Greater restoration is the black pearl. How many black pearls do I have? Maybe it doesn't say there. Did I put it on my sheet?
You had one black pearl.
Okay.
There was one of each of these 5 beads on the handout.
Okay. Got it. So I can heal one of you. Does the beads require the? I think we said that it wouldn't, right?
Wouldn't
Require
what?
the material.
No, these do not require material components to use.
Who all is afflicted?
All of us.
Don't waste your diamonds on me, Zarius.
I couldn't.
That's
I could not if I wanted to. I have one use from these, as I point out the beads and the staff.
T-Hole with his eyes closed. That's not what you were saying a couple months ago, Aurelia. when she was trying to like entice Zarius for all his gems.
Well, the circumstances have sort of changed.
Who looks the worse for wear?
Probably Clave.
Yeah, I'm down 28 maximum hit points.
Yeah, he needs it.
I have 50 total hit points,
Okay,
but one hit point.
Who that Zarius likes is worse off.
Yeah. Of the other two? How are they looking exactly?
I lost
Clave
18.
shouldn't be anywhere where he will get hit. It's his own fault for that happening to him. We'll see what happens. Let's look at everybody here. All right. I guess I'll chant into the staff and that the black pearl on the beads in the mouth of the staff begin to glow, and then I don't know why, but I feel like just because it would be funny to me, I might just sort of rap you on the head with it. So you, ow! but the music, the magic flows at that point, and it cures you of the of the shit.
So Zarius is like, place your hands flat on this table so I can wrap you on the knuckles.
Wait, so who do you cure?
Clave.
Oh, cool. He takes it and he's like, ah, but then he instantly begins to feel better. Oh, that is much better. Thank you, Zarius.
Sometimes you must feel pain so that you might feel better.
I really appreciate the aid you have offered.
So as everyone settles in for this rest, Teal, have you thought of your questions?
I've got 3, but I could wing the other 2.
You can essentially just decide to reach out with your mind and make actual contact with the spirit whenever you like.
So T-hole meditating he's going to reach out.
So as you reach out, you do begin to feel a direct connection between you and whoever this person once was. Make me an intelligence save.
Don't know if it helps or not, but during this time of relaxing while T-hole is doing this, Clave will begin playing his water phone.
Let's see. I'm gonna automatically succeed that with the Crown of the Peaceful Mind, because I'm pretty sure that intelligence save probably won't make it.
Okay. So yeah, this is all just in the spell. You have to do it an intelligence save when you cast this spell, or else you take 66 psychic damage and you go insane.
Yeah, that was an automatic save. That was an automatic save. Well worth it.
So you reach out, you're able to contact the spirit. You do feel it sort of like overwhelming you. Just kick me out. Something. But you're able to bring it back in line. You all see his crown begins to glow, outlined in a white light for a second. But now you can ask your questions.
What is your name?
Esmadur.
It's your favorite color.
Answer his question. What is your quest?
Did we find I don't remember, was there in any of the writings where like I think it was last session where the plague, how, like describing how the plague was introduced into the world?
I mean, the one thing that Clave was able to gather, which he would have shared with you and the rest of the group, was that the information that he came from the memories of the golems with their creator, Nas.
Kalimnos.
Kellam Nas, who is an Ataran and infected. And there were some, there was information within the books about that it was something that affected their empire. But other than that, it didn't indicate anything about the start of the disease. At least not that I can remember.
I think you did find that they're sure it came out of the astral plane, but they didn't really know necessarily like where it originally started. It had already spread a bit before they realized what was going on.
Okay.
So T-Hole would ask, where was the plague introduced to the material plane, to this world?
He would probably answer that with Duergarn.
Duergarn?
Yes.
Does staying in the astral plane stop the plague?
Yes.
Where did the last Atarans fall?
Irrelevant.
T-Hole furrows his brow, frustrated that he can't argue with somebody who only gives him one answer, one of the answers. um, T-Hole will say to those around him, any ideas, any questions that you would wish to ask?
So is T-Hole sharing the information that he's gaining from his thing, or is it just kind of like him just humming while he's in his trance?
I guess he would be yeah, he'd probably, well, I guess I was imagining that he was just like communicating with his thoughts through thoughts and not like actually
right. You are, but nothing says you can't tell them what answers you're getting if you want to.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, but that's not what T-Hole would do. Like he was just he was just communicating with his thoughts.
So it doesn't seem like they have any additional questions for you to ask based on the no additional information they've been given.
I mean, I suppose if you have no other questions, it would not hurt to ask if this one has a cure for this strange astral disease.
What's the cure for this plague?
Pancrest.
And with that, because that's like 5 questions. So
That's 4.
oh, did the Lacetarans that did the Lacetarans one not count?
You asked. I only counted 3. That was like the third one.
Yeah, I thought it was just 4. I thought you. Yeah, I
last
thought
but
total
the
so far
first.
was 4.
I asked what his name was.
Right.
Does staying in the astral plane stop it?
Right.
How did it get introduced?
Oh yeah. I forgot that one. So yeah, that's 5.
Yeah.
So you feel the connection break, and the crown above his head stops glowing.
Well, staying in the astral plane stops the plague.
As I suspected. Which, that's when I'll look at Aurelia for a moment and do the proper ponder. Then that would mean if we could turn back time for your bodies, it could very well remove this curse.
You know how long it took me to get to this age? Nope.
Only need to go back far enough to before you acquired the disease.
Yeah, next thing you know, I'll be an infant again. Yeah, that's how it starts.
Small price to
Sounds
pay.
like a good idea at first.
You will have lived more lifetimes than most.
I'm beginning to regret it.
It's that or live one more year.
That seems too long at this point.
Aurelia becomes more and more of a mystery to Clave. Clave is a student of people being a changeling, and he just can't get Aurelia.
She's your normal nihilistic bard.
Yeah. Teenage bard. Teenage nihilist.
Now I'm picturing the nihilist from the Big Lebowski.
Donnie, you're out of your element.
Have either of you or have any of you heard of a place called Duagarn or come across it in any of your reading?
Is that something Clave might know?
Yes, Clave would be well aware that this fortress he read now is Duergard.
Oh. Yeah, T-Hole, that's this place. We're in Duagarn.
This is where the plague originated. Likely in this very lab. though. I was not told for sure. This entity's name is Asmodor. I don't suppose that name rings a bell in any of your reading.
Is that a name that Clave has come across?
No, you haven't seen that name before.
Have I seen the name?
Nope.
Not
It is
something I've
unfamiliar.
Come across. Yeah.
Well, the other is to find the Pancrest, which the other cure is to find the Pancrest, besides sitting in the astral plane, which Zarius already alluded to. I think
And that's something we perhaps many of us have heard of. I don't know, the Pancrest.
Really only Zarius would ever have heard the word Pancrest.
Okay.
Like outside of, you definitely came across it in your research, but given your medicines skill, I would imagine it's come up elsewhere. Whether or not you believed it to be real or not is a different question, because it's a semi-mythical, basically magical, alchemical creation that supposedly can cure anything.
Right. A miracle concoction. As far as I know, it does not exist.
Sounds about right.
But with strips of
Well-
ivory, I could potentially find something out.
With a
Leads
what?
to it? Strips of ivory.
Well, for some reason, the sage whom I was connected to seemed to believe that it was a legitimate cure. I don't know what hope it would have in death to try to lead anyone astray, as far as that's concerned.
Yeah, but just
So there
because
might be
this-
some
just
some
because
truth
that's
to it.
what it knows doesn't mean that it's the truth. May believe it, but it may not still be accurate. We have a big
That's
day
fair.
tomorrow. I think it's best that we start getting some rest.
I agree.
And Clave would turn into a jolly little gnome as he's playing the water fountain.
So you get your rest. Nothing. Are you doing it on the steps again? I forget what you said. Or inside the room.
From Clave's perspective, it doesn't make a difference anymore. So he's fine with putting it anywhere. If anybody has any hang-ups about it. Otherwise, he'd just path of least resistance. He'd put it right here.
Yeah.
We know that
Teal's
sleeping
fine with
outside
that.
the door is safe. Perhaps we stick with what we know.
Okay. I have no problem with that. And then so Clave would put it there.
Okay, so you sleep outside the room. The 8 hours passes uneventfully.
Nice.
So what's the plan now?
Prepare spells.
I'm going to be once again useless in fighting that creature, but I may have a way of supporting so we know that the creature seems to have the ability to see through illusions. It saw through my invisibility. So that's right out. But I may be able to use the cowl to manipulate magic to speed up somebody. T-hole, you were the most effective combatant against it, so I could speed your movements up to be even greater than they normally are.
That would be helpful.
Do you have methods for countering magic?
No.
What kind of a wizard are you?
One that is focused on illusions and mind magic. Not everybody is fortunate enough to study things of leisure.
Well, as long as the next time, as long as we avoid getting bunched up and stay distant from each other, so that it seemed to draw life from multiple of us. It would be best just to stay apart as much as possible.
Because of my limited capacities, I don't think I should even go beyond the threshold of the stairs. That way, not only can I maintain the magic without concern on T-hole, but then there's no way for me to get in the way.
It's probably for the best. Your fight will come another day.
Oh, I plan to really reduce the number of fights that I get into. I'm going to go back to my old ways, using deception and wit. I tried to keep up with you because of your guys' reputation as warriors when we first met, but that's not really truly my style. I need to go back to basics and use my strengths.
So what is the marching order? And which stairwell are you going to go split up and go through both stairwells, or all through one, or?
I guess T-hole would go first.
I will have something for T-hole. I was not present for this fight. What types of magic did it employ?
Necrotic.
Yes.
It had the capacity to drain our life forces and use it to sustain itself. It also attempted to blind us, as well as unleashing a horrifying scream, which at one point T-hole heard it and dropped like a sack of potatoes.
Are we fighting this thing again?
If we want to destroy the portals, we are likely going to need to.
but we don't know. So we could destroy the portal and find out.
Well, I need to be up there in order to initiate the ritual. So how about we play it this way, Aurelia? You guys walk up there, and if the thing remains couched within the vortex, then I can come up and we can begin the ritual and see if it responds then. But if you guys walk up and it attacks you outright, it's best for me not to be around.
Did we try to talk to this thing last time? Maybe it can help us.
My understanding of creatures like that is that they're often quite mad. I mean, liches themselves are dark abominations that are the antithesis of natural life. Not that I'm judging. I'm quite jealous of their power.
I'm intrigued
but still,
already.
The problem is that when a creature of that kind does not sustain itself with the appropriate nourishment, which is usually feeding on the life force of others, it degrades its body until it finally is nothing left but its skull, which at that point, I mean, they're mad. They may or may not be able to communicate, but they are just creatures of hunger. I imagine if the thing could speak, it would have spoke to us as it fought, rather than just screaming.
I agree. I don't think that's a path that will work here.
Now, don't get me wrong, that doesn't mean that it's not intelligent. It is incredibly smart and cunning. And so be aware of that. Just because it's too voracious to be able to engage doesn't mean that it can't plan.
So I'll go up the left stairway again. And
So before you go,
Yeah.
I have spells to place upon you.
excuse me.
Wow, I don't know why that posted 3 times, but okay. First, I will hit you with that.
All right.
Yeah. You hear the howl, sounds like from far away of some jackal-like creature.
Fuss.
And then I will also just be thorough here, in case it attempts to ensnare you. Feeling super loosey-goosey.
I'm feeling light on my feet, and he like hops back and forth. Huh, huh, huh,
So Clave is gonna wait till the last minute because the spell is only a minute long. But once you guys commit to going up, as T-Hole gets to the top of the stairs, Clave would attempt to cast haste on him. So
I will
I have-
also. I do have one more thing to do too.
So I need a DC 10 plus. So I need a DC 13 spellcaster check. And I will use my last action point. There we go.
Nice.
What's this for?
This is the cast haste.
Cast haste on T-Hole.
Why does that require a check?
Because he's
because
using a
I'm
magic
my
item
POW.
to
Yeah.
get the spell.
Gotcha.
I don't
Yeah.
have it otherwise.
Also, before you go in, then I will cast on T-Hole. Go ahead, post. Go ahead, post it. You could do it. No, I don't know why it rolled, but it did.
Holy weapon.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody else will get this, but I'm sure Kurt will. This reminds me of the one episode of Farscape where they're battling the creature in the intense light, and they all give Crichton different like materials and weapons to go and fight it.
Mhm. I don't know. How does holy weapon work? It's you're imbuing a weapon you touch with holy power, and T-Hole uses his fists or astral arms, which he hasn't summoned yet.
I mean, his fists are melee weapons.
Is that correct? At one point in time, it wasn't.
I mean, it's considered a melee attack. I don't know. I mean, on T-Hole, they're lethal weapons.
Check out my guns. I'm trying to. I don't remember if like the unarmed strikes count as monk weapons. So
Yeah.
like, I'm pretty sure they do. So like in that
you
sense,
could
they're
cast it on the
weapons.
dagger.
Yeah, you can also do that. The rot
Cast
dagger.
it on the rot
which is-
dagger. That makes sense.
It's that or the Bane staff.
The rot dagger would be more likely to be used.
Indeed. Well, I mean, if I can't do it on the fists, did you
I wouldn't-
pull the
I mean,
dagger
I'm not
out
gonna- yeah, I'm
with
not
your
gonna.
intent
Yeah.
to use it?
You can use it on the fists or the dagger, whichever T-Hole expects to use.
Yeah, I mean, if you pulled out the dagger expecting to use it, I will imbue that with the effect. That seems like a potent combination there. Fucking rot dagger with holy aura.
I did use it last time. And
Is that
it hit pretty well.
the only reason why you were dealing damage to it?
It was one of the reasons, yeah.
Because your arms you can make like radiant, right?
Yeah.
So that'll be doing an extra 2d8 radiant damage every time you hit with it.
Nice. So you're doing the dagger then?
Yeah, if you pulled that
Okay.
out, that's what I would have put it on. Yeah.
Yeah. So okay. Dagger's got 2d8.
So with haste, you have a +2 to your AC. And you have advantage on dex saves. You get an additional action that can be used to take one attack or dash, disengage, hide, or use an object.
Just one attack.
Yeah.
Yeah, one
Nah.
additional attack.
Gotcha.
I would post it, but it's not actually on my spell book.
I got it. Thank you. I feel ready. And with that, Teal's gonna summon his arms and his visage and like hold the dagger, like the rot dagger, like blade down, but like keeping it away from his person just in case he like just,
You know, he
just to
stabs
be
himself
extra
while
sure.
running.
Yeah.
So I know Teal's going up first. Are other people going into the room with him, or is everyone staying outside, or who's going second? Aurelia doesn't seem like she's all that into this fight.
I'll go in second. I'm going to cast Aura of Life. Reluctantly.
Is Arius going in?
Yeah, probably. Just because I certainly am going to have spells that can affect it.
I know you're going to go up the left or the right staircase.
I guess I'll be. Well, all my stuff lasts a while, so the first two spells last for 8 hours. The holy weapon lasts for an hour, so I can do that and go to the other one if we think that it's going to be better.
So
I
does anyone
don't.
else have a preference, left or right?
Go left. There seems to be at least a magical effect on the left side of the staircase. I imagine there's one on the right. If it stops you for some reason and you're out on the right stairwell alone, then we won't be around to help.
Do you want to go up the left or the right?
Teal will be thinking left because like he did left before, and it's the devil he knows.
I'll follow him.
Yeah, I think I'll just do the same, honestly.
Clave
And
will
then-
fill the room with the battle music of his people, the water phone.
I'm thinking of like the water phone is that like a holophoner?
No,
It's
I
that-
posted
he
in
posted
the
a video
chat a
there.
video.
Oh,
So Teal, as you cross the threshold, roll me a D100.
Actually, I'm not sure what the size of the room is, so.
44.
So make me a dexterity save.
You have advantage.
Nice.
Yeah, hasted, you have advantage. Or unless you were doing that like right before we got like all the way up there, I don't know. Considering it's
No,
only less than an hour.
Yeah,
I
as
would
you
have
cross the
waited and-
threshold.
Yeah,
Go
I would
ahead.
have. I would have cast it before he crossed the threshold because I know about the effect.
So as you cross the threshold, there is a burst of lightning from above you, but you're able to dodge it and take no damage from the lightning bolt.
That was close.
And now Aurelia, roll me a D100. Okay. Let me send Peter a message. As you all see, Aurelia vanishes.
Oh, thank God.
She got her wish.
Oh, yeah.
She's back in the void.
All hail the void.
Like vanish, like she's fucking like getting the virus spread even further. Vanish.
All you
Patient
see
zero.
is she fades away.
You know what? I would not be surprised if Aurelia's time in the void made her a native of the void, and then banishment was cast on her, and now she's permanently returned to the void.
He did grow up there.
Yes. Yes, I did.
So I guess I would sort of reach out and see if
not
she's
there.
still there. Not there. Okay,
You
cool.
pass through if she is there.
Yeah. We I know what a water foam is. We had what I played a song in my high school band that required one.
Neat. Yeah, it's the classic instrument for horror movies.
Right.
So Peter, roll me a D6. Zarius, roll me a D100. Have to roll something.
Lower.
So as you are like trying to figure out if Aurelia is invisible, randomly above you, something drops and hits you on the head and then skitters onto the floor.
What is it?
It appears to be a long golden wand with around the wand there is a design, another sort of layer of gold wraps around it in a flame motif.
I will cautiously pick it up.
It appears to be a wand of fireballs.
Nice. Here, I'll just hand it over to Clave.
I'm nowhere near there. I'm back at like the entrance, just playing my water phone.
Oh, I didn't realize you were that far away.
Oh yeah, once people started walking up the stairs, I moved back.
This might make you helpful.
Are you gonna just throw it to
chuck
me?
it in his general direction.
No.
Here, catch it.
Make a deck save.
If he comes over here, then I'll give it to him. Otherwise, I'm just gonna take it with me.
All right, I'll walk over or run over, either way, and I'll grab it from you.
Put some hustle in there. Put
Yeah,
some
I
pep
mean,
in that
well,
step.
so at this point, time is a ticking on this haste spell. So if he has to cross the room, we basically have to go into rounds to figure out how many rounds of the haste spell are being used up.
Okay, then I won't wait. It's like, this might make you useful. Let's keep going.
All right.
You catch up whenever you catch up.
And Peter, I will update you when your status changes, but for now you're where you are.
How do I send you a message?
Oh, did you send me a message? I didn't see it.
No, I didn't. How are you supposed to type it out?
It's /W space GM.
If your character was on the board, you can do it. You just click on your character and there's a whisper to DM.
Yeah,
But
I
he
moved
took you
one.
off there.
Oh, that's why. Okay. I was like, I thought it was here before.
So, but while he's doing that, Teal, now that you've crossed the threshold, you can see there appears to be a body standing on the stairs between you and the portal room, but it is standing up and shuffling.
Can I tell what it is?
I mean, it appears to be humanoid. And since you didn't stealth your way up here, I mean, it sees you and it seems like it's probably ready to move in your direction. So we can roll initiative.
All right.
That's another thing Tony has yet to experience is the very difficult to find Demilich because it's just a skull. So it's a tiny little token.
Yeah.
It's like a fleck of dust on your screen. Aurelia, you might as well roll too. In fact, I will bring your token back, I guess, for purposes of this. Put you here.
Oh, okay.
So T-Hole gets to go first. Or does Clave, do you want to be in the initiative or you don't care?
I guess it doesn't make sense for me to be in the initiative right now since my action would always just be delay.
Okay.
About to give you a wand of fireballs.
Yeah, but I'm all the way over here. And you don't want me casting fireball in a closed space.
So T-Hole's gonna pull out one of his secret darts, and actually no, I'm not gonna use that right here. Actually,
I mean, the
Well,
secret
I
darts,
guess-
the secret darts are such that you could have used them before you even entered the room, because they will find any creature that you've seen before in 120 feet. So you could hit the Demilich with the secret darts from here, assuming there's not something that's going to prevent them from hitting it.
right.
Even though you don't know exactly where, you can't see the Demilich from where you are, you could use them that way. Or you could use them against you actually see from where you are, I think 2 bodies shuffling around. One just is further off and inside the room.
Yeah. Actually, I think what I am gonna pull out the secret dart and I whisper "seek" to it, and in my head picture the Demilich skull.
Okay. So roll for that. That's a deck save, right?
Yeah, it's a DC 16.
So we made that one.
All right. And then failing that, T-Hole will go up to within 10 feet of this this creature and hit it with his unarmed strike. Does the seeker dart, does it count as just like one of it just counts as one of the attacks? Like could
Actually,
I-
the secret dart is an action of its own.
Oh, it's an action of its own. Okay. Then I'm gonna use my I'm gonna do one well, that's a good question. So with
I mean, I would still give you the
Okay.
haste attack.
yeah, the haste attack. Because
So I will say the the extra action for haste, it's either one attack or the use object action. So if using the seeker dart counts as a use object action, then that could be the haste action.
Right. Normally, I mean, the secret darts are supposed to be an action to activate them on their
Yeah.
own.
Gotcha. So the question, if I use the haste action to attack, is it considered the attack action or an attack action?
I mean, for purposes of this, I'd say sure, why not? It's not technically, I suppose, because you've used a magic item as one action. And then this is just a sort of thing from haste. But if there's some ability that only works on an attack action, I wouldn't split hairs on that.
I think it's his
Yeah.
flurry of blows requires
Yeah.
that he take the attack action.
Yeah. Exactly.
I mean, if you want to spend
Ah.
a Kai point, I will let you flurry your blows.
Well, through if I do my attack, if I attack with my arms,
Mhm.
and then through the arms of the astral self, I get the flurry of blows for free.
Right.
As a bonus
It
action.
wouldn't be that. It's not actually the attack action that you've taken.
Okay, gotcha. All right, so that was the question. So that's what I wanted to do. All right, so I will hit him with the arms,
That hits.
and then I'll spend a Kai point to do flurry of blows.
So now that you're up closer to it, you could see that this is, first of all, you can see that a lot of the bodies that were on the greenstone surface around the portal are gone. And there were several bodies there at the time. This creature has also got visible worms coming out of its skin, and a green glowing light in its eyes. It is clearly undead.
Oh, it's a good thing this is radiant.
So you seem to have done some damage to it. It appears as though it's fairly tough. The
I'll
11
take a
misses,
Yeah,
of course,
I
but the
figured.
26 and the 28 readily hit.
I'll take a step back, and then that'll end my turn there.
Okay, Zarius.
I guess just step here. I don't need to move very far, nor do I want to. And assume that my Toll the Dead probably won't do much. So instead, I will just try and hit it with a Sacred Flame. Has to make a Dexterity saving throw. I don't know why my stuff is struggling right
It
now.
failed.
I think I need to restart my computer.
T-Hole and Zarius, would you guys at all let Clave know that there are these things?
Well, we're fighting on the steps. I don't know if that means anything to you.
I don't know if I can see from here.
You
what
definitely
guys are
can't
doing.
see what you're fighting, what they're fighting from where you are. They could only see them
Right.
when they rounded the corner.
Right. So I wouldn't
No,
know that.
Well, I just meant like, do you see us like making, or at least me casting a spell here?
Well, right, but I don't know if you're fighting the Demilich or if you're fighting what. That would be my assumption, is you're just fighting the Demilich.
So it sounds like the answer is no. It hasn't occurred to
Yeah.
them to yell out to you.
Yeah.
Ah, come on. You know I have shit range, right?
Why I gotta make these rooms so big? So sorry, is there
Well,
anything
I
else you're
mean-
doing?
Oh, I guess I could.
mean-
I guess I could spiritual weapon.
To be fair, T-Hole would, like, when he round the corner, he'd be like, "Ah, undead."
Not helpful.
Right. Also, he's a little far away for just like a disgusted. Ugh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So are you casting spiritual weapon?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just saw it. That hits.
And then I'll probably just take just a step back here.
Okay.
And then and then give me a moment. I gotta restart my computer right quick. It's struggling for some reason.
No problem. So another zombie comes up from around the corner and moves up in the direction of T-Hole. And then a third one does. You see a fourth one wanders up, but it doesn't quite. I'll say it's at disadvantage because it's squeezing in there. So we'll do the disadvantage one first. Uh-oh, I closed it. There we go. So the disadvantage one first claws at you twice. Missing. And missing.
Missing.
And then you see one of the worms crawling on its body begins to sort of burst out. It's almost straining to get to you, and it leaps off of its body and leaps at you. Make me a dexterity save with advantage because you're under haste. So you are able to dodge the worm, but it seems as though the worm was trying to like land on you. And then the other 3 zombies all do the same thing, but they're not at disadvantage. Miss. Make me another dex save. Made it. And another dex save. Made it.
With advantage, T-Hole would have to literally roll 2 1s on a deck save in order to fail.
So they all miss. Some other ones begin to move though.
T-Hole's just like dodging and ducking and weaving. It's very matrixy.
So you see there are now many of these zombies moving through the place. Aurelia is off on her own thing.
Isn't Kurt the host? Kurt, you could open, or you could let Zarius in, couldn't you? Or Tony?
Yeah. I didn't realize that he sent me a message to get back in.
Oh, he sent
Let's
it in
see.
the general roll 20 chat.
There it is.
So you're being surrounded.
So okay, Teal's turn.
T-Hole's going to bring out the rot dagger. And stab the one undead in front of him with it.
Okay.
Do 2 swipes at him.
Those both hit.
And
Don't forget the 2d8 radiant as well.
is that per?
Yep.
Yes.
For the next hour.
So this thing now looks like it's in pretty rough shape.
And I'll do a Kai point for a flurry of blows, just to get 2 more attacks at it. Ugh.
Okay. It's in very rough shape, but it's still standing.
An extra 5 radiant.
Yep.
Or yeah.
Don't forget your martial arts die.
Good point.
Does let me check something. I don't get that. I only get that when I attack with my arms.
Okay.
Um, so Teals is going to leave it there.
Okay. Zarius' turn.
Cool. Um. It's a lot going on there. What's with the swirliness?
You would gather that's the portal that they mentioned before to the astral plane, although you could see that it's the rainbow hues from the outer edge of it are fouled inside it with some darker energy.
Gotcha. And more of these things are, I guess, shambling forward.
Yes. I mean, they're not actually shambling so much. They're pretty quick.
Okay.
More so than you would
Um,
expect from a regular zombie.
You hear the water phone cutting through the noise. Since Clave is still unaware that there are these other enemies.
So I think that for me, I might actually attempt to turn. Gonna do a good old turn undead. So I guess maybe I'll step forward one more here. Yeah, it's not my computer. It doesn't like this map. The browser does not like it. So that, I don't know how far out. Yeah. So I believe it's everything within 30 feet, all undead within 30 feet of me must make a wisdom saving throw versus DC 18. And if they happen to be CR2 or lower, they are destroyed if they failed.
Okay.
How much damage that one took? I doubt they're CR2.
First one failed. Second one made it.
Oh, wow. What the fuck? Stop that.
So 2 failed.
Is that the Demilich?
No.
Yes.
So spiritual weapon.
Yeah. I guess spiritual weapon will attempt to hit the same one. That I guess T-Hole's been beaten up.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's the one you were aiming at last time too.
Yeah, so let me. Roll it. Give a second. It's struggling with this map.
That hits.
Wow. And then
Not sure why. There's not that much other than the swirly thing in the middle. There's not that much going on with this map.
and the water moves.
That's right. I forgot the water at the bottom. And so your spiritual weapon slices this thing in half and it falls to the ground. The worms stop writhing in its skin.
Nice.
Anything else?
I'll just take one more step back. So that wasn't the Demilich that I saw, that little skull?
Oh no, this is the Demilich here.
Oh, he was in 30 feet.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's
he
immune to
might be
turning.
yeah, he might be immune. Just in case, I figured I'd
That's fair.
try it out. Divine intervention. Hey, can you make this motherfucker just go away?
So this one starts to run, and Keyhole can take a swing at him if he wants.
If you hit him, he stops running.
Yep. He's gonna hit him with his arms.
Cool.
Nope.
No, he's not. Armor class 10, but the one, they're unarmored. They're just bodies. So he's just gonna run 2, 3, 4. It makes it to about there. Nope. One back. And then this other one's gonna run.
He's gonna. Oh, I guess yeah. He can't hit them both.
Nope.
Right. This one is going after Zarius. This one goes there. Oh, he can't quite make it. That one double moves. That one's running. So it's 2 are attacking T-Hole. 1 is attacking Zarius. So first T-Hole, because this should be fast. I might hit. What's your AC now with +2?
It's 23.
So
yeah, I
that's,
think, so that hits.
and then make me a deck save. Made it.
With advantage. Yeah.
Wait, Kurt, one of the ones that you moved closer to Zarius has a mark over it. Is that one of the ones that was turned?
Yes, I must have moved the one that was turned. I don't remember where it was. He would have been running away too.
Yeah.
I think that's
Back
the one
into
that
the
you
room.
said. That's the one that you said had double moved.
Yeah. And then second attack against T-Hole.
Yeah, that hits too.
Nope. I negate the crit.
Still hits.
Yeah.
So it's 14 damage. And then another deck save. Made it. And then the one against Zarius. And Zarius, make me a deck save.
Both of those miss.
Yep. As a worm leaps off the body and tries to attach itself to you. I mean, I'll just tell you right now, T-Hole, you don't have to make the deck saves anymore because I was going to rule that freedom of movement makes it impossible for the worms to latch onto you.
It makes sense.
And you would need to roll 2 natural ones anyway. So we're just wasting time. So you are still managed to dodge this worm that tries to attach itself to your scales.
Okay.
And keep closing their character sheet, which I don't mean to do. But after their turn, the Demilich is going to use one of his legendary actions because I just forgot that he's can use them.
I always do that the first round.
I think Zarius is too far away. Yeah. So T-hole, make me a Constitution save.
Oh man. All
made
right.
So you are able to avoid the energy drain. Aurelia, you begin to feel where would you be at this point? Where would you have moved?
So, can I tell if the spell I cast is affecting anybody? Is affecting anybody around me or no?
It doesn't seem to be affecting anybody.
Okay. But I would still try to be next to T-hole.
Okay, so you see like a ghostly image of I guess I'll say there. You see a ghostly image of Aurelia begin to form as her body
He's
begins to
ethereal.
re-solidify.
Or the blink spell.
Blink always brings you back, but it doesn't always make you go away.
Yeah, this is not exactly the blink spell. So Aurelia, make me dexterity save. Okay, you made it. So you can feel yourself solidifying again. You are almost about to be pulled back into where you were, but you manage to sort of maintain your footing. Unless you want to be sucked back in, you are able to stay 1 foot in this world and you re-solidify fully.
Okay.
And
Against my better judgment, yes.
the Demilich wheels around some of these creatures. And Aurelia, maybe I'll no, just Aurelia and T-hole, make me a Constitution save. Are you keeping those, Aurelia, T-hole?
You know, I'm gonna use an action point. I guess I'll stick with that.
Staying with 10 or 11,
Yeah,
rather.
staying with 10. Either it's going to be the
You
astral
both take-
plague or the lich.
You
So-
both take 20 damage.
Okay.
Tendrils of black energy envelop you coming from the skull, and it pulls
Okay.
life force out of you.
We're both resistant to necrotic or of life.
Okay.
Nice. So we only take 10.
Yeah.
And it will continue its move to get to there.
But I guess I still need to make a concentration check.
Oh man.
Guess I'll be using an action point for that.
Jesus Christ.
There we go. I know, man.
See, that's what I was
natural
hoping for
ones.
on T-hole's dexterity saves.
Right.
And then I could have dramatically revealed that his freedom of movement protects him from the worms. So T-hole's turn.
Meanwhile, Waterphone continues to sing through the air.
So T-hole would say, Clave, they're undead. You might be able to help.
Yeah, I know. It's a demi-lich.
No, there are zombies.
Oh. All right.
Quit
So
being
at that
useless and
point,
get up here.
yeah. So then Clay would start making his way over. So
So roll
Uh,
initiative for me.
I'll roll initiative, and then I don't know if you want me to go in this round or the next.
I mean, you can start moving. It depends on where you fall in initiative, I guess. Because right now we're at initiative 18. So
Nice.
and
It's your
of
turn.
course, you didn't make it into the initiative order at 18. So
Teal's going to use his arms and attack this one.
sorry, which one were you attacking? I was doing something else.
This one.
Okay. Those both hit.
And then use my martial arts die. And then I'll use my bonus action. Yeah, I use my bonus action to make 2 more.
Both hit.
And Teal's going to so I can use an object move. I can't use disengage with the haste action.
No, you can.
Okay, so I'm going to use disengage to step away from
Yep.
see, where do I want to go? Do I want to go here or well, I'm going to use it to step away back here. 5, 10, 15, 20. I guess I could have just like gone diagonally. But I'm going to try to get around the lich here, around the Demilich here, to get in position and get its attention.
Okay.
And that'll be my turn.
And let's see. It's a new round. Demilich is going to use its legendary actions. Make me a wisdom save. So you made it. The Demilich, its mouth opens and you hear some arcane whispering as you feel something happen to you as it attempts to lay a curse on you, but it fails. It's Clave's turn.
I moved.
Okay.
I got myself closer.
Zarius's turn.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to use that wand. It requires attunement. I think I'm all full up on attunement slots. Yeah. now realize that was not a concentration spell. It's pretty good. Pretty good. So I think what I will do is at third level, I'm going to cast blindness, targeting the Demilich and the one right in front of me. I have to upcast it to target another creature. And I'm going to attempt to blind these things.
Okay, what's the save?
Con save, DC 18.
Demilich failed. This guy. They both failed.
Nice. At the end of their turns, they can make the save again to end it. Otherwise, it lasts for a minute. So there's that. And I guess 20.
Wait, are you sure blindness is not concentration?
It doesn't say it. No, it's not a concentration. It does not have the little C next to it here in D&D Beyond.
Huh.
Yeah.
That is good to know.
It makes that spell like 1,000 times, even like it was already a great spell.
Yeah.
Even better.
Yeah.
So with that, I think I'll just spiritual weapon. I guess we'll just hit this guy, hit the one right there that it's right next to here. It's not actually. I'll move it and hit the one next to Aurelia. Actually, we'll do that.
Okay.
Wow. It's rolling really well.
That one's looking pretty rough. Can the demo, which no, can't demo, which can't do anything. So this one you just hit, it's going to move a bit and then attack Aurelia. Does 21 hit?
Yeah, wow.
And then make me a dexterity save. So you were able to dodge the worm that leaps off of its skin and tries to attach itself to you. And then this one will move up. There. 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 I guess Aurelia is closest to all of them. So make me another dex save.
Let's see.
Might as well just make 3 dex saves. Well,
Make
that's true. I don't. Yeah, they're all going to attempt to launch worms at you. So 2 more dex saves.
Nice.
Another one.
One- yes, 1 more dex save.
So 4 total.
Yep.
13.
So you managed to dodge the worms from each of these things. Then the three in front of you also are going to claw at you. So I assume the 25 hit from above.
Mhm.
So it's just two more sets of attacks.
Okay. So 8.
This one is going to actually step away from you and step up to T-hole. This other one's going to move. So they're sort of surrounding you, Aurelia, now. One of them, though, that has moved up towards T-hole, you can take an opportunity attack against if you have a weapon in your hand.
No, I don't.
That's their turn. It's Aurelia's turn.
Okay, well, let's see, I got 3 concentration checks. There's one. That's probably a fail.
DC
The
10. yeah.
damage was 10.
So it's DC 10.
Okay, so that's a big fat fail. I'll just cast that spell again. And that's my turn.
How,
The dem-
how far does the aura life extend?
30 feet.
Nice.
So the Demilich is blind, but that does not stop him from howling. So Aurelia, T-hole, and Zarius make me Constitution saves. And Aurelia.
Oh, I mean, it was the 17.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize. So none of you drop immediately dead. That's good. It's a good round.
Just made it.
And this thing is just going to start blindly flying away. So T-hole, you could try to take an attack of opportunity to stop the Demilich from wandering off.
Hit that fucker with the dagger.
Yeah, I am gonna strike it with the rot dagger.
The dagger's got the holy weapon on it.
But that misses, even with advantage. So makes it to there. And it's going to try to shake off this blindness. Because I'll just let you in on the Demilich's thoughts. It thinks this is bullshit. But it does not. It is still blind.
The one in front of me has to make that save too. So,
Yeah, right.
I mean, it says it may. It doesn't have to.
Yeah, I'll just go ahead and assume that it wants to, but it fails. And it's Clave's turn or T-hole. Either one of you can go.
So now I'm
Uh,
seeing all these undead from the stairs.
Right.
Clave will use the one spell that he can use that won't break concentration on haste. Mind Sliver. And the one on the blind one in front of Zarius.
Okay.
That-
That's
that
not
little
going to make
Demilich.
this, but nope, it did not make it somehow.
Literally can't.
That's good. That's good to know. That's good to know.
Uh,
Anything else you're doing?
Nah, that's all I can do.
T-hole.
T-Hole's going to step over and pummel this this guy with his arms.
Both hit. All 3 hit. All of them hit.
And I'm going to spend, I never do this, but it's actually something that I have.
What is it?
I'm going to spend a Kai point. No, actually, I'll just leave the damage as is. I don't think it's worth the Kai point.
You have another attack you can make.
Yeah, and I'm gonna swipe with the rot dagger.
So yeah, your punches, you were you realize you're just punching chunks of flesh off of this thing, and the interior of this creature is just filled with these worms that were leaping at you. But the strike with the rot dagger completely does it in, and it drops to the ground.
Hitting with that rot dagger more often.
Yeah, I get it's a trade-off. I was saving the rot dagger mostly for the lich, and with that, I'm gonna run after the lich. Let's see,
I mean, you pass the lich at that point. Run past the lich on the stairs.
So yeah, I'm just gonna run after the lich.
Just fucking kick that little bowling ball looking motherfucker. He can't see you.
That'll be my turn.
And we're back to the lich having legendary actions again. So, you know what? Yeah, well, actually, let me just see. No. Oh, okay. So there is only one thing it can actually do without seeing something, seeing a creature. So, what's the range? So T-Hole and Aurelia make me Constitution saves.
Definitely action point in that. No, it's not a crit fail.
So 11 points of necrotic damage each, but halved if Aurelia has her aura up.
She does, I think.
It can't drain our maximum according to Aura of Life.
Okay.
Nice.
Says, and its hit point maximum can't be reduced.
Yep.
Nice.
And it's Zarius' turn.
How many times can you channel divinity at your level?
2.
So do we take 5 necrotic damage then? Or how does
Yes.
that work? Okay.
The main thing is like I was wanting to I'm like perfectly timed where trying to use my path to the grave channel divinity is really difficult because T-Hole's the one that's got the best damaging attack against him, which means I have to hold that whole action until before his turn. So I guess instead I'll fucking just do another turn on dead. So that'll be the rest of these guys. Have to make it. DC 18 wisdom save.
One in front of you failed, the blind one, and then the other one next to him failed. And the two flanking Aurelia, they all failed.
Nice. I just stamp the staff on the ground and there's like this wave of energy that radiates out. It's not even like necessarily like a positive energy. It's just a repulsive energy. Yeah, I figure probably everybody hears that jackal howl. And these things just cannot help but be, forced to run away from me.
Even Clave shivers a little bit at the magic of Zarius's faith.
Yeah, it's like, be gone, creatures.
Your spiritual weapon?
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Nice. It can attack. It can reach and attack. So, let's roll. Damn it. Oh, I guess I got to roll twice, huh? Because I have advantage. Let's just check the other roll here. Make sure it ain't a crit. Man. Okay, not a crit. Hit.
And the Demilich has finally been damaged. Anything else?
Nope, not for now. I guess if I don't know if I'll be able to, but like maybe if I can use an action point to right before T-hole goes to, or I guess maybe I have to do 2 of them because I just used my other channel divinity. Yeah, maybe not. I'd have to try and recover one and then take the action. Yeah, no, I'm fine. We're good.
Okay. So they all start running. 1, 2, 3. So Aurelia doesn't have any weapons in her hand, so she can't really take attack of opportunity against them. But Zarius, you can as they start to flee.
I'll let them go. Maybe they even try and go into that portal. That'd be the quickest way to get away from us. Get away
Yeah,
from me.
things have passed through that portal a lot. It doesn't seem as though it sucks you into another dimension.
Got it.
But
Yeah,
this one
last session,
this one
T-hole
runs
was
into the
walking
corner.
through it.
And then the other 2 continue to run. Aurelia. Oh, I forgot this one. He's also running.
Oh, he ran away too.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to move here. And then I'm going to cast Shatter on the skull.
Oh, he made it. He takes half damage.
All right. And I can still move, right? I can still use the rest of my movement. Can you do that? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Move right there. I think. Yeah. Yep.
I guess let's see this first. Nope. So Demilich is going to attempt to fly off. T-hole, you could try to stop it.
You bet. You bet. I'm gonna swipe at it with a rot dagger.
That hits, so you're able to stop it. And there's not much more it can do, so we'll try to shake the blindness, which it did.
Bastard.
It's Clave's turn. You could still see one zombie blindly in the corner. I guess it's also got a save. I just forgot to give it. Maybe it's
Right.
not blindly pressing into the corner anymore, but knowingly pressing into the corner. Nope, blindly.
Just feels the
Oh.
compulsion to leave, but it can't.
That's what nightmares are made out of.
Now I'm in range, so I'm just gonna hit that guy in the corner.
Well, he can't make the save, so he just takes the damage.
Yeah. That's my turn.
Okay, T-hole.
T-hole just starts hatefully driving his dagger into this thing. And I'm
He's
spending a
all-
Kai point for for flurry of blows for the other two.
So two of them hit.
Well, also he still has it, or no, he doesn't have advantage.
Right, he's
Damn
not
it.
blinded anymore.
Damn it.
Yeah, and then I'll use the extra attack for haste. And that'll be T-hole's turn.
Okay, Zarius. I'm sorry. It would have taken, it definitely would have taken a legendary action at that point. I just keep forgetting them. Uh-oh. Ah. He is very disappointed. So instead, T-hole, make me a wisdom save.
Nice.
You made it. Now Zarius.
All right, cool. I think I'll just confirm. Has anybody been hit?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Like, are you bad looking?
No, I've got 78 hit points. I've lost 30 or 40 rather. So
Okay.
You can attack it. Attack it.
Um. So I guess first I'll do my spiritual weapon on him. I'm gonna
That
guess
hits.
that hits. Decent amount of damage. I'm also gonna assume that he doesn't really like feel like he's or seem like he's like faltering in his flight.
No, it's no, there's not much to tell. It's still hovering.
Okay. Then fuck it. Like that's just from a little ways behind him. I'm gonna call down the might of the gods in a flame strike. Yeah.
So fail to save. So you can see there are visible cracks in the surface of the skull now.
You've seen this story before.
Yeah, this is where they lost last time.
Yeah, but they didn't have me with them last time.
Nope.
All right, that was an action bonus action, so I'm okay for now.
So the spawn continue to run. The one in the corner can't really go anywhere. I'm just going to vaguely eyeball it rather than counting squares. Aurelia,
Did he have to make a D100 roll?
he hasn't gotten to the top of the stairs yet.
Oh, it's the top of the stairs. Got it. I didn't know when it happened.
That one dude hasn't still has a save for minus,
right.
but he has a minus D4.
Is it con or wisdom? It's con, isn't it?
It's a Constitution, yeah.
Minus
What was the
D4.
DC? Oh, right.
18.
So he fails.
Oh,
All right. Damn it. Come on. I move back and play Shatter on repeat.
So it actually doesn't matter. He failed. But when you hit him with shatter, you see the skull scatters into separate pieces that hang immobile in the air for a second and then fly out in all directions.
We make deck save.
Only Teal. Oh, the X is way bigger than the token.
huzzah!
You still technically have these, zombioids.
Yeah, they're still flaying for at least some of them only for like another 5 rounds. Some of them for like 7 more rounds.
Yeah.
Do they not get new saves when we attack them?
If you
Oh,
hit
that's
them, I
true.
believe.
Yeah, technically the one, if they're attacked, they do get new saves.
Oh, is it just an attack?
Or is it when you just damage them?
Let me double check. Yeah.
Oh, it's only been the one who's been pummeled a little
Yeah.
bit by the mind sliver. So I am not actually going to make it. These things have an AC of 10. They have a lot of hit points, but since I would say you could easily mop them up. Probably from a distance. So I'm not going to drag out the fight unnecessarily.
All right.
So, and I will assume you do that rather than just let them come back.
Right.
It's like
That's-
commandos in the rainforest in Predator just shooting their Gatling guns into the jungle.
So we are out of rounds. The Demilich is dead. What he was doing, you're not entirely sure, other than occasionally absorbing energy from this portal in the middle of the room.
All right, well done, everyone. And Clave then crosses the threshold.
Roll me a D100.
Let's move away from you first. Hold on.
Uh, Uh, so make me, let's see where people are. It doesn't really matter, I guess. Technically, Aurelia and Clave have to make me dexterity saves. As you see, purple luminescence begins to sort of dance around Clave.
Fairy fire.
Yes, covering Clave for about 10 minutes.
It looked like a team of fairies just jizzed all over me.
It's
But
not
that
a
would
terror,
not
it's
that
not
would not have been a good one to have during the fight, but now it's sort of irrelevant.
Yeah.
All right, let's where did these things come from? They weren't here before.
You would also notice now that you're at the top of the stairs that all of the bodies that were like completely within the greenstone field are gone. And all of the bodies here are pretty soaked with moisture.
He rehydrated them. Interesting. All right. Well, is everybody ready to start with the ritual?
um, I'd say that after the fight ends, or not long after the fight ends, T-Hole just like sits down as the effects of haste wear off.
Yep. Yeah, I figure
Yeah, he's-
haste is like cocaine. Like you were probably running circles around the portal for the rest of the haste.
Yeah. But
And now you're crashing.
yeah, so he just sits down. Oh, I need some time.
All right.
When we
That
lost
was-
Darius.
Speaking of crashing,
That was great. That was really helpful,
wake up, Xeris.
everyone. But man, I'm exhausted.
Are you? How
Can I
hurt are you?
cast haste on T-hole again? No.
Oh yeah.
So the ritual is going to take a fair bit of time, like 24 hours worth of time, and then culminates with somebody trying to cast Dispel Magic. So the ritual can technically fail at that point.
Okay.
Although, you can keep casting Dispel Magic as long as you have the spell.
All right.
Always have the spell.
So is there anything other than the dispel magic that is required for conducting the ritual?
I mean, the ritual actually does require you to be inside the field for most of that time. Like you could take periods of time to take breaks. But a lot of it is simply going through the appropriate incantations inside the field. And you will almost certainly, I mean, actually, I take that back. Anyone else would probably have to bring the books with them to get all the incantations right, but you could just remember them.
Yeah. I have a brilliant mind. I
You
lock
are-
them into my mind fortress.
Right. Possibly as smart as Nimrod. Who could say? Because you've never gone head to head.
Man, that would be a battle of wits for the ages.
You guys can go travel together then.
I bet Nimrod and Clay would have quite a bit in common and would get along famously.
Yeah, you would. You would both have my disdain.
So the ritual doesn't really, until the end when Zarius will be needed, the ritual doesn't really have anything that will tie up anyone else other than Clave. So what do other people want to do during this period?
Zarius, do you think the skull that got destroyed, does that have the astral plague in it?
Is there anything left of the skull?
Just fragments.
I mean, I'll pick up a few of the fragments and examine it.
I mean, you can see that there are like the pinholes that are passing through parts of the skull.
Mhm.
But from what you've read, if he turned himself into a lich after death, it's the cyst still should have stayed with his soft tissue.
Okay.
And they did drag a huge mass of soft tissue out of the room before they fought the lich last time. So that may have been his soft tissue.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, it sticks to the soft tissue, not the bone, right?
Right.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll just convey that. It would not be within the skull. Unless he had a brain within it, then perhaps it would be there. But I do
Oh.
not see any of that.
Zarius, do you give Clave the wand of fireballs?
I'll just hold it up.
And on that pause that I imagine Zarius actually makes, let's take a 5-minute break.
All right.
It'll just be like, does anybody want this?
can't hear you. Did you say something? Peter? You're muted.
Nope.
Okay. So really got the kill.
I was shocked.
I like the way it was described. It was a pretty cool kill.
I guess
Yeah, it doesn't have any resistance to anything like shatter or flame strike or any of those things.
I guess I would attempt to find as much of the skull as I can.
Okay, make me an investigation check.
I know Zarius was looking for some of it.
Yeah, I don't know that he was planning on keeping it. I mean, with that, I would say you could find 95% of it.
Okay. I'm not sure how I'm going to attempt to fasten it put together, but I did look at my inventory and somehow I still have the bent copper scepter. I guess
Yep.
I never lost it, and see if I can affix it to it at some point.
I love that. I love that you will have like your own mock-up of the Mace of Orcus.
What does that scepter do again?
Nothing.
It's perfect.
Nothing.
Now you just need somebody with mending.
I mean, Zarius has mending.
There we go.
But Zarius could mend the
Oh, I
skull
have
together.
mending. Shit.
So, right. So you could use that in place of like glue. I mean, it's a lot of like little pieces to mend together. You
Right.
have to do them one at a time. So it's like a 3D puzzle.
Yeah. It doesn't have to be completely accurate.
Whew. Excuse me.
Yeah. Also, I didn't want to interject. Just just to point it out, I guess. But Aurelia, you can also cast haste. You remember that, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought of doing that, and then
I figured you probably remembered that and slow.
yeah, I thought about doing it the last time.
I'm glad that you didn't do it, Aurelia, so that Clave had something to contribute.
Yeah, and Aura of Life. Aura of Life was clutch. Like, yeah, like that was like the perfect anti-Demilich like aura to have. So
It only took me 3 times to figure it out, but hey.
I mean, I think that's kind of fun though. Like, you don't really like go to fight. You don't really in D&D, you don't really often do like the same fight a couple times. So
True.
it's like you got the experience of like, okay, like trying to get a little bit better each time.
I will admit, I think it would be interesting if you had lost this fight too and had to retreat. It would be interesting because I would have to conclude at this point that Demilich would just leave this and come after you, like go on the offensive, because hoping you would go away failed him now 3 times.
Yeah, so it's on him.
I also consciously decided that he didn't realize you had a cleric, because why wouldn't you have brought your cleric the first time? So he just like,
Or the second.
right. And so he's just like, well, these spawns should serve me well. Yeah, none of you would have come across whatever these spawn were. You would have never even heard of anything like them before. So, and you spend a lot of your time just smashing these little undead worms that live inside these spawn.
First, it kind of gave me flashbacks of the pickled goblin fingers.
It's it's very hard for them to land, which is why you kind of need to use a lot of spawn to have any chance of a worm landing. but it is very similar to the pickled goblin fingers. So it takes you, like I said, about a day, probably about 15 hours of that you're actively engaged in the ritual. But eventually you manage to wrap up all of the incantations needed. You can definitely see that there is a change in the field itself, as the darkness within it seems to have contracted to a much tighter ball in the center, which leaves the rest of it a much more, I would say, pretty wheel of rainbow colors. But nonetheless, you're 100% sure that as long as you can now dispel the magic, the entire field will shut down.
So I would call Zarius over and say, Zarius, it's time.
So it's been like what, 24 hours? Have we had a long rest?
Yeah, so it has been about 24 hours, but all of you would have had time to rest.
Even Clave?
Even Clave.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
And this is more what it looks like now.
So, with this, is there a way that Clave would be able to shape some spell energy that he can contribute to support Zarius in his casting?
Yeah, I would say that's doable.
Okay.
So you
Is
I
could
there-
believe in you, Zarius. You can do it.
Is there a
You could-
limit, or could I contribute?
I would
my
say
full,
it's essentially like helping. So he can roll his caster level check twice and take the better one.
I
okay.
inspire.
I was
Is-
gonna say, like, do we know what level? Like, could I upcast this maybe and guarantee this?
Well, yeah, so that's what I was thinking, because I think I remember in something that you sent, it would require like 7th level spell minimum. So that's what Clave is kind of prepared to contribute his 7th level spell slot in support of the effort. However,
it is
that
it is
equates, it's fine.
effectively 9th level spell. It is effectively the gate spell.
Got it.
Okay.
So it doesn't matter. I'll just use the 3rd levels.
Well, no, you have to use at least a 7th level spell slot or it will automatically fail. That is what the research turned out.
Oh. Okay. Well, okay, then we could do this once a day.
So yeah, Clave will contribute his 7th level spell in support of Zarius's efforts.
Can I inspire him?
Sure.
Ooh, even better.
All right. So does that mean, all right, so how am I rolling this then?
It's D20 plus your spellcasting modifier.
All right. Use my 7th level D. So wisdom for me.
Yep.
You have advantage.
And,
Right. You can roll it twice.
okay.
And
Still
we
not
have-
great. I'll use an action point.
Well,
That's
you
just-
can also use the inspiration that Aurelia gave you. Or you could use your action point and see if you want to use it. After that.
Can I use the inspiration and then decide if I want to re-roll it?
Yes, but then you won't get to apply it to the reroll.
Um,
Well, let's think of it. You got a 13. We know we need at least a 19, which means with you'd have to roll at least a 6 on Aurelia's inspiration.
which is a D10, right?
So I guess that is a question though, is when we use our action point to re-roll, are we forced to stick with the re-roll? Or can we use the better?
You can use the better, but I would say you're applying the, I mean, like I said, if you use the action point now, you can apply the bardic inspiration after you spend the action point.
Right.
But if you apply the bardic inspiration now, you can't then spend the action point and then apply the bardic inspiration.
If I use the action point, do I re-roll with advantage as well?
If you use the action point, you're essentially just giving yourself another advantage. You'll take the better of that roll or this roll.
So I'll roll 2 more times because I have advantage.
No, you only get to roll one more time.
Okay, all right. Even still, I think it's probably worth it. I'm gonna go ahead and
Just-
roll. I'm gonna use an action point.
Okay.
Do it. Shit.
Motherfucker, what the fuck? All right, whatever. I rolled so man, this is how my luck goes.
Alright.
This is always how my luck
I mean, it
is.
is kind of the end of the night anyway, so now you can use the bardic inspiration on the 13th.
All right, D10. Hey,
Yes.
Nice.
the inspiration was the essential part of that.
So you watch as first in one corner of the circle, it just collapses inward, creating this odd shape. And then slowly at random points around the circumference, it all begins to sort of collapse in fits and starts until eventually there's just a tiny ball in the center that just vanishes with a burst of rainbow light.
With that, Clave would change his form to appear like Temple One and go, "How do you like that, Temple One?"
He didn't hear you.
You never know.
Anything residual in the center other than the body, like
Yeah, there's just the series of bones in the center. You don't see anything
Yeah.
otherwise odd. This in the very center, there was a little pedestal over which this hovered, but it only rises up a couple inches higher than the rest of the floor.
okay.
I guess I'll examine the bones.
So the skull is not there. The bones also exhibit all the signs of someone that has the plague.
Okay. What was I thinking? Would I know anything about? Because I can't remember if Demiliches also have phylacteries. I don't. Therefore, I'm really unsure if Zarius would know anything about that aspect of lichdom.
I mean, roll a religion check.
I'm actually not very good at that, but we'll see what happens. Yep. I don't know.
Yeah, you're not sure.
Yep. Well, gone forever.
Um. So,
Well.
Zarius, how about that wand of fireball?
Yes, what of it?
Are you still looking to offload it?
I certainly do not need it myself.
As he ties it to the top of his staff.
Fireball. If I tie it to to my staff, could I launch a lightning or a lightning fireball?
Could always try.
It might be worth a shot. I don't know. I'll just sort of like look slightly past him to Aurelia as I'm like holding it out, just to make sure like Aurelia doesn't want to come up here and grab it first.
She holds up the copper scepter she has. It's bent and now has the skull that you were fighting is now stuck on it. As I've pieced it together using mending. I'm
Yeah,
good.
she puzzled it together over the course of the last day to make a little wand of Orcus like copper scepter.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
That's oddly fitting.
Yeah, I mean, I don't need it, so whoever grabs it from me will have it.
We're good. We're good. Don't worry.
I mean, Clave would approach and take it.
Then I guess it's yours.
Still in the shape of Temple 1, by the way.
There was a moment, a brief moment where I thought about that. You know, if I were dumb, maybe I would go, "What'd you do with Clave?" And I just thought of that.
Yeah.
That Batman's video. Where's Harvey Dent?
That would actually be hilarious because then you and Clave you'd be beating on Clave all the time. Every time he changes shape.
Yep.
No, but the room is now utterly silent and still, as it seems as though the whole purpose for this room is now completely been dispelled forever. Unless Demiliches have phylacteries, who knows?
Not me.
Actually, that's probably something Clave would potentially know. Can I do a arcana check to see?
It's more of a religion check.
Oh. I am proficient in religion.
So you can roll. You believe that he probably once had a phylactery, but it would be meaningless to him now.
Okay. So Clave would turn to everybody and ask, so should we go up and see if Temple 1 will open the door?
We can try. He may lock us down here out of spite.
Then we'll find a way out.
Why are we trying to leave?
We have to continue our journey south.
Well, we're infected. Then we have the risk of infecting everybody. We can't leave.
only
long as you
those
do
that
not
would
teleport.
Yeah. And
But what if someone
and
teleports near us?
And if someone does, that will be dangerous for them.
I'm not too concerned. Anybody that would be teleporting in our vicinity likely would be the same people chasing after us or associated with the Empire.
Good riddance to the current regime.
It seems rather risky.
I'm more concerned about this disease potentially being fatal within a year or so. That's what I'm more concerned about.
Yeah, but I don't want to go around accidentally spreading this thing.
The only people that would be potentially infected are those capable of teleportation. And that's not many people.
I mean, it's not just teleportation. It's there's all kinds of stuff. I mean, I don't know.
You know for sure that Dimension Door was enough.
Yeah. I mean, if I can cast Dimension Door, any yokel can cast it. It ain't that hard. I mean, if we're gonna leave, then we need to go straight to the Empire and infect everybody while we're at it.
Yeah, I'm not as familiar with the South and the Warmlands. Zarius, do the peoples there use teleportation more often? Or is it more accessible?
I'm going to say no. I do not believe so.
I mean, you can find arcane casters in most places. You know, the South is a pretty broad category. The Warmlands almost certainly would have some sort of arcane casters who might have Dimension Door, I guess, although not many people in the world would have access to Dimension Door. You don't necessarily know, Clave doesn't necessarily know, like, would Misty Step count? A lot more people would have access to that, although it's not exactly common.
Right.
And at least with Misty Step, it would only ever affect the person who is casting it. They're not taking other people with them.
What about
But
Like
have
a-
action points, you never know.
a thunder step? It's technically teleporting.
That almost certainly would count as teleporting.
Yeah.
I
But
mean,
that's
like,
also not
right,
like a super high level spell. So
right. I mean, it's higher level. It's third level, right? So higher than Misty Step.
I guess maybe. Yeah.
So, but I mean, Zarius, you would know that there are a variety of sort of travel related magics that require access to other dimensions, however briefly, all of which have the potential to spread the disease. But like none of them are first level.
Right.
But you would have expressly seen a reference to rope trick being enough to cause people to get the disease. And that's something where you could infect a lot of people inadvertently.
Right.
But is rope trick common? No. I mean, 99.99% of people will go through their lives not being inside a rope trick easily. Not even
Probably not even heard of.
Right.
Yeah.
Not even having ever encountered anyone who has access to that spell. But luckily, my world is bag of holding deprived, and so people aren't inadvertently getting this plague from their bags of holding. But think about this, you could hunt down Nimrod. Nimrod has a bag of holding, you could give him the plague.
So, so Aurelia, then what would you suggest?
I don't know. I'm all out of ideas. Out of ideas. I got my friend here, and we're just, figure we just wait it out.
Just stay here.
I don't know. I mean, I don't have any good answers. There's nothing in those books. The Presbyterians or whoever they were, they couldn't figure this thing out, and they're supposed to be super smart.
Those damn Presbyterians.
Well, I say we go and find Temple 1 and make him talk. And
We
then,
could
and then deal with him from there for locking
We
us
could-
into this plea.
we could always try to find the Pancrest.
What is the Pancrest? I've never heard of this.
Make believe. It's made up land. Isn't that right? He agrees.
It is what the research that was done that Zarius was telling us about as one of the suggested cures, and was confirmed or also suggested by the Taran sage I communed with.
I remember you speaking about it after your communion, but I still don't know what it is.
I don't know what it is either.
It is an alchemical concoction. Supposedly could cure anything.
Supposedly.
I've never known of it to actually exist, only in legend.
Right. I would like to chase answers that are steeped in more factual basis rather than superstition.
I believe if we could find a way to reverse your age to just before you contracted this disease, that it would reverse
Now
it.
that's an interesting prospect. It sounds like you guys have encountered something like that before.
That would be me who has encountered that before.
You were not
It was
the only
not
one.
fun. I did not enjoy it.
She was not the only one, but it did hit her the hardest. I think I
Well-
managed to resist all of that. Luckily, that was nice.
I think I managed to resist all of it.
Listen,
Yeah, I was wondering what would have happened if the Sphinx had aged up Zarius. Like, could she
Yeah,
age him?
I'd have just
past-
fucking died. Like, this is a good thing.
Like, that's
Now,
the
if she
problem with
de-aged-
ghosts as a monster is, like, if you're dealing with humans, ghosts are deadly, aging you up like possibly 40 years at a time. But if you're dealing with elves,
Right.
Well, as we figure out our next step, Temple 1 is sure to discover soon enough that the power supply to his teleportation circles that are so precious to him is no longer functioning. And in that case, he may become proactive in addressing us. Now, I've read some records here in this library in terms of Temple One's functions and his capacities. And he is quite a capable opponent in combat with several weapons, including energy weapons and the ability to paralyze those that he comes up against, especially when he's using that larger suit of armor that we saw him use when we first saw him.
Well,
Then we'll.
You discover his source of power in your studies.
can we,
Well, as far as I can tell, he's not like a typical golem, but even so, a golem does not have an external power source. They have they have somebody that is attuned to them, which can provide commands. Temple One is not quite this. He actually has intelligence of his own, though he seems to still be bound by whatever commands were given to him by this Nas fellow. So, I mean, in terms of power, it's just about destroying him as you would any other creature.
besides, we got to be good once. So 3 fights, we should get him.
Yeah, I'm here this time.
Yeah, I mean, but just saying, so, or should one of us sit out the first fight just to kind of, because we have pretty good luck after the 3rd fight.
T-Hole's still like catching his breath. Well, I wouldn't mind a rest, but
We just had a long rest.
Well, you had a long rest and then you cast Dispel Magic. So I don't know if you
Yeah,
might
yeah.
That's stressed. It
right, spend another day to get your 7th level spell slots
right.
back.
I mean, that stressed T-Hole out, that whole thing, I'm sure.
Yeah. I don't know if we have the luxury to wait another day down here. I'm sure Temple One is going to discover what we've done soon enough, even if we don't announce it.
Yep. Well, yeah, let's go up. Try to see if he'll let us out, and then just be prepared to fight. Or we could turn gaseous and see if we can go through another exit out of the mountain.
I don't want to let Temple One off that easy. He locked us in here. He deserves some kind of retribution.
Do not need to pick a fight with some automaton with unlimited power source.
What do you mean a limited power source?
With an unlimited power source.
But even with unlimited power source, I don't understand what you mean by that.
We don't need to pick a fight with him. Let us just attempt to leave.
Temple One may just very well be insane. So I don't believe he's going to let us leave, especially since he trapped us down here to repair his precious teleportation circle.
If that's the case, then we will deal with him.
I am really looking forward to using my new tool upon him.
T-Hole cocks an eyebrow.
You can grow more than one.
Well,
It is a long trek up that spiral staircase. Perhaps we should use the gaseous form to get up there at least.
How long does it take to return to normal?
A minute.
During that time, we'd be exposed.
Through part of it.
It's that or we just leave. If we were able to just move past, then let us do that.
Temple One locked us in here knowing that there was a plague. He sent us down here without warning us that we could have become infected.
And now he gets to sit in here with his with eternal failure of his last command haunting him and no way to turn it back.
Or we have a creature that we know has been alive for at least 1,500 years with no other purpose but to watch over these teleportation circles, suddenly filled with a new purpose to seek us out and destroy us for destroying what was his to watch.
Yeah, we can't have that. We have enough to deal with the Empire, let alone this dagger face wannabe.
What?
Not that dagger face. The other dagger face.
What?
We
You have not
encountered
met
we encountered someone who went by the name Daggerface. It was an automaton of sorts that ejected daggers from their face.
Like
But
Temple One?
similarly, yes.
So you've encountered one of these things before?
I don't believe it was
Back
as
in-
old.
Yeah, it was new. It was newer.
His name was a bit too on the nose.
Well, I don't like the thought of a creature that is incapable of dying, putting all of their effort into finding me one day and trying to stab me in my sleep. I also don't relish the thought that because he's trapped us down here without letting us know the danger, I might not survive the next year and a half to find him actually standing over me to plunge the dagger into my heart. Neither of those sit well with me.
It's kind of really dark, Clave.
It's kind of a really dark situation we find ourselves in.
There's a strong possibility we will end up fighting this automaton anyways. So let us move.
T-Hole, you still look a bit pale. Have you fully recovered from the Demilich?
Yeah, I'll be fine. It just, man, just took a lot out of me. But I think we've rested long enough.
Do you still have any missing max hit points?
Yeah.
because it's another day, and I almost forgot. Like the previous day, I could do that divine intervention again to see if we can get any luck. A luck towards something at least. I do recall from the
Yes.
reading that others have attempted to get favor from their gods in the past and only managed to delay it. But every little bit.
Right,
But
you could seek it again.
Yep. Nope. Okay. And then it's been another 24 hours, so I can do it again.
The entire room you're in vibrates as you hear a voice. Who here other than Zarya speaks Draconic? Well, on T-hole, I guess.
I think I do. Let me just double check. Nope.
What does Aurelia speak?
Not Draconic.
So you hear ringing from the ceilings.
Seek my blessing at Doat Bajar.
But it's in Draconic, so only those of you who speak Draconic would understand it.
It was seek my blessing and what?
At Doat Bajar, which seems to be a proper name, which Zarius at least would recognize.
Hopefully. Hopefully Zarius does at least.
Dave is in awe at the power that he feels emanating throughout the room.
Just tell him to smite the whole world now and be done with it. We'll be good.
Aurelia just wants to watch the world burn, except when she cares about the people that might teleport around her.
She'd like to watch the world burn. She doesn't want to be the cause of the world burning.
Look, some people like to watch the world burn, and some people like to be even more unpredictable than the Joker by not letting you know what they want to burn.
What is the? Are you familiar with Doat Bajar?
This is an old city in the Warmlands. I don't know. What might I have been there at some point?
The location of it isn't known anymore. It supposedly disappeared in fire like 1,000 years before.
Okay. Oh, so we don't know where it's at.
Right. You don't know exactly where it's at. You know,
Okay.
it was once at like the intersection. It was like essentially an oasis in an island that formed when a river was sort of magically created through the Warmlands.
Gotcha.
But the river dried up and the city disappeared. Sometimes you'll hear like stories of people who've been claimed to have been there.
Gotcha. I was curious because you said it's an ancient, not lost city.
Oh, no, that was me just rethinking my sentence apparently in the middle.
Sounds like a job for legend lore.
That's what the Pancrest was going to be. I was going to do that on the Pancrest. That I still need the ivory strips.
Right.
before I could do that.
So I just resent you another email that talks a little bit about Doat Bajar.
Okay.
Well, then let's head on up and prepare for a confrontation with Temple One. Sounds like our path takes us to the warm lands anyway.
Oh yeah, before you do go up, Mike, I'm fine with the email you sent me about essentially draining value out of money
Mhm.
with your shadow magic. I would say, so, if you wanted to go back to that pile, I would say essentially make a caster level check, and that's how many sort of thousands of gold pieces of value you can drain per
Okay.
day.
All right. I think Clay would want to deal with Temple 1 first. Unless this is something that could have been done when we first encountered the Horde.
Yeah, I would say you could have done it then. We just weren't thinking through the mechanic at that point.
All right. So then caster level check.
Oh, it's 7,000 gold worth.
Yeah.
So
still not bad.
while you were there at the Horde of the Dragon, you saw, I guess Clave can describe what it is.
Yeah, so essentially, before when we were at the Dragon's Horde, Clave would have begun casting a spell, and as he cast the spell, you would have seen his shadow start to move independently, seeking out the treasure, and like coins and gems throughout, like not necessarily all in one place, but certain ones would have started to drain of their color and their luster until they kind of just collapsed into dust. And then his shadow would then return to him, but there would be a kind of glittering in there, which Clave would then reach down and place in well, he would have opened up his spell book and then turned to a specific page that kind of looked like a ledger. And then the shadow would have placed the glitter into the shadow of the spell book. And then Clave would have shut it, and then the shadows would have returned to normal.
When you sent me the email about that, before I got to the end of it, like the full description of it, I kind of thought you were headed towards you just eating your shadow, which I thought was hilarious. You just grab your shadow.
Did we all see this happen?
Yes.
Yeah, he wouldn't have hidden it.
Also, I assume this would be like a ritual kind of thing, so it would have taken at least
Yeah.
like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Did you destroy all that money? All that gold?
Some of it. I intend to return and do absorb more of it once we deal with Temple 1.
When you absorb gold, do you eat it? Or is it in your bloodstream now?
No.
That was just me saying he eats his shadow. He put it into a book.
No, I mean, gold, any kind of currency, it's just an illusion. It's only given the power that is assigned to it by people and society. And there's power within that that's inherent even beyond the metal or the gemstone. So I've just found a way to strip the currency of its power to use it in formulation of my magical research.
Very nice. Why didn't I think of that?
I mean,
Because T-hole, usually the people saying that were the ones you were subjugating.
That's fair.
also, I should say, I don't see it being much value for you, since once the power of the currency has been absorbed, it can't be transferred back into it. It essentially loses its value and it's converted into another type of energy.
I see. Well, then no matter, I suppose.
So, but we should be prepared when we fight Temple 1.
So it should be a
Zarius,
wind walking up. Rather than walking up 2 miles worth of stairs.
Yeah.
Zarius on his
Yeah.
bad knee.
I'd imagine Zarius would just like get there, like hobble up to the beginning of like the bottom of the staircase and like look up and look at his knee, be like, just go up anyway.
There's no way I'd make that.
Zarius, that magic that you used on T-hole to prevent him from being restricted in his movement, that magic could be useful against Temple 1 if he attempts to paralyze us. I don't know how many times you're able to cast it, but it could be helpful even if one of us were to be enchanted with it.
It is a potent spell. Yeah, and it doesn't allow for upcasting.
Also, T-hole and Aurelia, you guys both have still lower than your normal max hit points.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, who's worse off? Who looks worse off? Can I tell?
I'm sure you can tell. I'm sure you can look at them and immediately know.
Yeah.
I'm missing 12.
Oh,
Okay.
that's not bad at all.
Yeah.
I'm missing 16.
Wow,
Awesome.
you guys really lucked out when you got hit with it.
I'll get Aurelia next. I don't know if Clave will be paying attention or not, but whenever I apply the magic to Aurelia, I just gently touch her on the shoulder with the staff.
Oh, Clave would be very aware. He is incredibly perceptive. And in response, he would turn into Zarius and just mock his stupid limp.
Okay.
I think you need to make a performance check.
Just wait till
Wow.
Clay finds out that like Revivify requires that he be like kneed in the groin.
I'm
You just
actually
wake up,
not proficient
ow!
in
This
performance.
part of the somatic components.
Ooh, Well done.
Assuming
I'm
Clave is in
Zarius.
some anatomically correct form.
But I wouldn't be a normal size Zarius. I would be a halfling size Zarius.
I'll just ignore him. I don't really care.
So Aurelia is back to full hit points. You cast
Okay.
Windwalk from the beads and fly back up. You get to the top of the stairs. There is just a blank wall in front of you. There's no sign of a doorway.
When we reform, that might be a good time for T-Hole to use his booming voice.
Wait.
Ah,
I just open up the wall.
So you create a 5-foot hole, 5-foot square hole in the wall, and it opens up again into Temple One's chamber. You see across the room on the stairs leading out into the temple itself, Temple One is just there standing motionless. He is back in his armor, but he was when you left as well. And he is just staring at the archway through which he created the door that got you in. You see in front of him, the floor, which was stone, appears to be sort of slick and wet. It looks like it's made of mud.
so we open this pathway and he's just standing there staring at us
Yes,
with this
because
slick floor in front of him.
I'm gonna I rethink that. The floor is not actually wet at this point. It's dry.
Is there anything different about the floor or strange about the floor?
No, the floor is normal. I was thinking I got lost in what I had thought in advance, but you actually opened the door without actually making any noise. So I was sort of imagining you'd have to like find a way through the wall that was noisier than that. So that is me mistakenly forgetting that you have outthought me once again.
Does Temple One appear inert?
He is
or
he is still there staring at you because he's a construct. What else is he gonna do? But you've managed to open up this hole, and the floor is still dry. And seeing the hole open up, Temple One says,
"You are such fools. You had the power that not even a god could have controlled at your fingertips. And rather than simply fix the power supply, you destroyed it. I could have done so much. I could have remade the world with that power supply. And now I'm just going to have to make do with the powers that I have, meager as they are. I am sure they are enough to destroy you."
If they were enough to destroy us, then you would have had enough to resolve the issue with the power
and he
source
begins to
before.
cast something, and the floor turns wet and looks muddy. And that's where we'll pick it up next time.
Like counterspell it.
He is way more than 60 feet away from you, I think. Let's see.
Oh yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, he's like 100 feet away from you. So that's where we'll pick it up next time.
Nice. Thanks for running. That was fun.
I was just gonna tell everybody hurry in before he closes this up again.
Yeah, I mean, you can sort of wonder about that. Also, by the way, I did not hear you say you were casting freedom of movement on anyone, just that it's an expensive spell.
That's true.
So T-Hole can probably run across the mud. Everybody else, it's probably difficult terrain-ish.
We'll be fine.
So he is probably hoping to just shoot energy bolts at you. He is unaware.
He's
unaware
got to be
T-Hole
able
could
to
run-
see us.
That's true. He's unaware T-Hole could just run across the butt if he wanted to, though.
And stun the shit out of him.
I'm going to guess that he's immune to stunning.
Yeah.
I mean,
constructs,
I would
no.
say I don't do that with all my monsters, just in response to T-Hole. That everyone is now immune to stunning from now on. So
I just assume
I'm-
that
I
him
am of
being
the
a
opinion-
construct.
I am of the opinion that robots can like stutter, like they can sort of get caught just shaking in place, which I count as stutter. Like when you when you were going to fight potentially the mechanical sea serpent, that thing was not immune to stunning. So there's a pretty good chance Temple 1 also would not be immune to stunning. You might wonder, or at least Clave might wonder, he could probably reseal this wall if you don't get out. So he could probably like lock some of you in if you don't beat him on the initiative next time.
Yeah. So here's to hoping we beat him on the initiative.
You know, and who knows like to what extent he can lock people in place or make walls.
See, if I had cast freedom of movement on everybody, I couldn't have just cast stone shape. It's the same level.
That's fair. I mean, all of you at least have an action. You can still, while he cast his spell, you can cast a spell each or do something.
Move through.
I mean, this is for next time. I will give everybody, you know, you can either take a move action or take an action or bonus action. I don't differentiate in this case, but only one, either a move action or a bonus action or an attack, let's say, or cast a spell.
Makes sense.
You mean right now?
No, next time.
Or okay.
So you could think about what you want to do. So maybe you could still cast freedom of movement on someone.
Go hide behind this pillar.
Yeah. I wouldn't worry about casting it on me.